against the resurrection, I guess. Like, I'd want to know that.
Argument against the resurrection?
Well, I guess I don't know. I feel you're not exactly like a Jesus mythicist, right? So, like, do we have to start there? Because
Yeah,
the
yeah,
more
yeah.
the smartest people I know, they're already Jesus mythicists. But then apparently, I went on inspiring philosophy, and apparently, this isn't like academically respectable to them.
It used to be. It used to
Okay,
be.
it used to be.
The mythicism was becoming the consensus in the 19th, early 20th century, especially in Germany. The German scholars were mostly all mythicists. Bruno Bauer was a mythicist. A lot of the English scholars were the mythicists. I think James Frazer was a mythicist, but he might have been like me, where I I'm like totally on the fence about mythicism. I don't. There's no evidence for that. Like the physical evidence of contemporary sources doesn't exist. Jesus can be completely made up for all we know, and everything could still play out. There's nothing dependent on Jesus. For example, Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great; these are kings. History is dependent on them being real people that actually existed. Otherwise, there's a huge conspiracy to sort of fudge, fake coins and fake cities and fake wars that didn't actually happen. Jesus, all someone has to do is write the Gospels and forge Paul's letters. That's it. Now that's big asking. That's a you need evidence for that. Like you need to provide. If you think that's what happened, you have to. People will say like, well, that's like a negative. But like, yeah, but you still have to sort of provide evidence of why you think Paul's epistles are forgeries or why you think that the Gospels are made up. Now, there are some people who came forth and make arguments for this. For example, Nina Livesey recently, I didn't even know this. She actually resurrected old scholarship from the German scholars who were all saying that Paul's epistles were all forgeries. They're not real. They're actually like philosophical Stoic letters that are written for the churches, and it gives it authority, saying Paul wrote it. And then they all give their arguments. Her argument was the Greek, the style of Greek is actually Second Sophistic Greek, which would be normal for second century Greek. So if she's right, Paul's epistles are forgery. Now we have nothing before 70 AD because of the Gospels. Most scholars agree that the Gospels are all post 70 AD because they constantly notify the reader about the temple going to be falling, how Jesus predicted that, like one of the big things he predicted. Now, if she's right, and if the German scholars are right, that the epistles of Paul are forgeries. Now we have nothing before 70 AD, which means everything in Christianity came after the temple, which then the question arises, is this a reaction to Judaism failing? Because the whole point of Judaism, Second Temple Judaism, is about the temple. We got our temple back. We were gone for 70 years. Through Babylonian captivity. We got our temple back, and now we're waiting for the Messiah to come to spread the kingdom of heaven on earth. If they lose that, now there's a problem. Now you need to get back to the temple, which is why Bar Kokhba, by the way, was almost exactly 70 years after 70. It happened in 135, which means the Jews at that time period thought this was the 70 years is up. We're going to get our temple back. The Messiah is going to come right now. This is what they thought. They thought Bar Kokhba was the Messiah, and he failed. So Christianity is like a cope. It's like, okay, Second Temple Judaism was a failure. The Messiah was already here. We just missed it. And really, what they're doing is they're allegorizing the Old Testament and applying it in a story form. All these messianic prophecies were already fulfilled. We just missed it. We're idiots. He was already here. Now we're waiting for his second coming. That's it. And so that's to me, that's very plausible. I'm not turned off to that idea. I just think the evidence can go either way. I just think it's possible there was a dude named Jesus, and then they wrote all this stuff later, attributing this stuff to him. But there's no evidence that any of this stuff actually happened. None.
Okay, so there's definitely a basis for Jesus mythicism
Oh yeah.
in
Oh
summary.
hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, I think the mythicists can get a little too dogmatic, in my opinion. Not all of them. Some of them I talk to all the time who are not, that's their position. They understand the historicist position. They call, I guess it's a more of a minimalist, like myself. I think the scholarly consensus would agree with me that, yeah, the Gospels are mostly mythological. Yeah, he wasn't performing miracles. Yeah, all the messianic fulfillments are just taking Old Testament motifs and applying it to Jesus. But they think at the end of the day, we have no reason to doubt that there was a guy who got crucified, and then his followers thought he resurrected. That's kind of it. That's kind of
Okay.
just the consensus that most people think.
Okay. Okay. Well, actually, okay. So I'm sure you saw that clip where I actually this is a one of the CQ guys, Master Friend. He went on inspiring philosophy and inspire, and then you retweeted
Yeah, yeah, it
you
was a
made some
great
correct.
clip.
It was a great clip.
Yeah.
I felt kind of embarrassed for him. He did kind of I don't know. I think it's just inspiring philosophy's rhetoric. He just made him look kind of
Well,
stupid.
no, I don't think IP did bad either. I think there was a good I just think the he didn't know that what IP was saying was actually wrong because there IP brought up the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, but that was well documented in its time. That was a big deal. It was reflected in the sources. So that was a bad idea for him to bring that up because if there was a guy who, when he was on, like Matthew, for example, on the cross, Jesus. Let me see if I can find that passage in Matthew where Jesus is on the cross, and he there's literally zombies coming out of the ground. Um, let's see. I think it's Matthew 25. I think. Let me just make sure. And the reason why people need to see this is because no, it's not. It's Matthew 27. Oh no, 26.
I meant it looked embarrassing for the CQ guy.
See,
But
oh, you're talking about for you're talking about IP.
no, no, IP like had better rhetoric than the CQ guy, Master Friend. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought they were both fine. I thought that Master Friend just didn't know that there were sources that talked about Mount Vesuvius. He could have smoked upon that. He could say, "Wait a minute, hold on. What about this source? What about this source? What about this source?" And then IP would have looked really bad.
Okay,
Um,
yeah, that would have been the
but
turning point.
yeah, he would have got him. So look at this. There's I think it's on here. Jesus is before the Sanhedrin. Um, no, it's the next one. So I'm in the wrong chapter. I'm an idiot. I think it's 27. Let me just go to 28. I think it might be actually two ahead. Nope, it's 27. Okay, watch this. In Matthew, you have soldiers mock Jesus. The crucifixion of Jesus. Here it is. Two rebels were crucified before him. Those who passed hurled insults at him. The death of Jesus. Here it is. Immediately, one of them ran a sponge and sat. And when Jesus cried out, he gave up the spirit. At that moment, the curtain. Listen to this. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn into from the top to bottom. The earth shook, rocks split, tombs broke open. Bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the city and appeared to many people. And the centurion and those who were with him regarding him said, "Holy crap, this is the Son." This didn't, okay. If this happened, if that actually happened, it would be all over the primary. Nobody would forget. Nobody would just let this happen. And 40, 50 years later, they start writing about it. Because Matthew's dated to like 85, 95. What's even crazier, Paul's epistles are supposedly before this, and Mark's dated to before this. How come they forgot about this? You also have other writers from this period who were Philo, for example, Philo of Alexandria, who writes all about, he mentions Pilate, he mentions Herod, he mentions the Agrippa, he mentions all these people from Jerusalem. He's nothing to say about this event. No one, because it didn't happen. It's mythological. It didn't happen. Period. So Mount Vesuvius, he brought up Mount Vesuvius and said, well, that nobody wrote about that until way later. That's not true. People wrote about Mount Vesuvius who were alive during Mount Vesuvius, like 4 or 5 authors. So that's my 2 cents on that one.
Yeah, he said okay. He said only Pliny the Younger only wrote about. He said Pliny Younger was the only contemporary for Vesuvius,
And
but
that's
that's
wrong.
wrong. Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Okay, when he did go on, they linked some essay challenging the argument from silence, and it uses like a bunch of Bayesian stuff. So it's hard for me to read. I don't know if like
yeah, look,
uh
the argument from silence would be fair. Arguments from silence, it's not always fallacious to bring up that there's no evidence. Like, would they say the same thing about Graham Hancock, saying, "Well, we have no evidence for ancient advanced civilization"? And would if Graham Hancock said that's an argument from silence? No, it's not fallacious. If there's just no evidence of something, there's no evidence of something. So it's only fallacious when you're looking for a needle in a haystack. So it's like the existence of Jesus as a person, that might be an argument from silence that Philo doesn't mention him because he might not have been important. There might have been no reason for him to mention him. But however, zombies coming out of the ground, that's a whole different. Now we're talking about something insane. And it's not even like one person saw it. It's talking about going into Jerusalem, one of the biggest cities in the region. And it is the biggest city of the region. It's the New York of Israel. It's the biggest city in the whole region. And there's zombies walking around. So no, that's not an argument from silence anymore. This should be reflected in the primary sources if this actually happened. Just like saying the war between Caesar and Pompey. Imagine that there's no sources about that. That'd be insane. Of course there's sources about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of
So
course.
big
Yeah.
events like that, like I'll give you another one. Abraham in the Torah, it says that he was fighting wars in Syria and the Levant, and that he was fighting against these 10 kings that were in the Levant and won all these wars, and then he was given land by a king of Salem named Melchizedek. That's a big claim. That should be reflected in the primary sources or the archaeology or something. There, because we found the war Armageddon, Armageddon, the original one between Egypt and the Hittites. We found all the archaeology. We see like evidence of the war that actually happened. We can say the Battle of Armageddon happened. We found the archaeology. We can establish that. There's no wars of eight. There's nothing about Abraham fighting. It's just made up story. That's not an argument from silence. That's just me pointing out that there's no evidence. Period. You know.
Okay. So this is it does it kind of go into like the Exodus isn't is also more mythical. That
Yes.
okay.
I'm sympathetic to the idea that the Hyksos are, and their expulsion. Like a lot of scholars are really, really rigorous. Will say there's no evidence to link the Hyksos to the Exodus. I tend to go with a more nuanced approach, like say it actually makes sense that there's some sort of memory of the Jews' ancestors being in Egypt at some point, which were the Hyksos, that it is true. There were Semitic people living in Egypt, and then they end up migrating out. It wasn't an exodus. There's no evidence of Moses, for example. There's no evidence of any battles or anything. But what I think they're doing is I think they're allegorizing and writing a legend that reflects because Josephus, for example, and Manetho, these are people who were living in the early Hellenistic, late Persian period. Manetho, I'm talking about, who actually know about the Hyksos. So people know about the Hyksos later on. So I'm not surprised that they have some sort of memory or some sort of knowledge of their ancestors being in Egypt and getting kicked out of Egypt, whatever their thoughts were at the time. And I think that they wrote this story as a way to seal the memory. That I would say. There's no evidence of any major. It talks about hundreds of thousands of Israelites fleeing Egypt and going into the desert of Mount Sinai and being there for 40 years. And then fighting wars against the Midianites and the Ammonites. And you would find that. This is stuff that if it actually happened, archaeologists would be able to go and find the remains of human remains, animal remains, metallurgy remains. And if you're fighting a war, you need metallurgy. You need food for all these warriors. They're not going to be starving and fighting. The logistics involved in keeping up a military in the desert is insane. But people don't think about this stuff. Only scholars think about these kind of things. You know?
Okay. Is it okay if I just read part of that paper, or would that take up too much time here?
How long is it going to be? Because there is someone waiting.
There's like a paragraph, I guess.
Go ahead.
Retrenching, we can cast the argument in a more explicitly probabilistic form. In the subsequent discussion, we'll refer to the terms of the odd forms of Bayes' theorem for evidence. See, I don't know how to read this. It's like a squiggly line E, which
Can you
is
share your screen right now or no?
it wouldn't be. It wouldn't look good. I mean, I could send you. You can look up this essay. It's like Timothy McGrew argument from silence.
Oh, it's Timothy McGrew, huh?
Oh, you're familiar with him?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is that? Argue from silence?
Yeah, it's the same. I'm on page.
I mean, I
Page
look. I'm going to say this: McGrew is a real scholar.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's not. McGrew is technically more qualified of biblical studies than I am. Technically, I would love to challenge some of Tim's ideas myself, but it's a real scholar. But Tim's an apologist, so I'm just going to be real, and I think Tim knows that. Tim is fighting for Christianity. Anyway, is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm on page 12. So that's where I get confused.
Retrenching, we can cast the argument in a more explicitly probabilistic form. In the subsequent discussion, we will refer to the terms of the odds of Bayes' theorem for evidence E, which is P, and then there's a whole thing there. The underlying structure of the argument is irreducibly mathematical, but the rationale for this reconstruction can be communicated to some extent in informal terms. First, the argument has an important, if often tacit, ceteris paribus clause. It indicates that what is reasonable to believe, all else being equal, a strong antecedent presumption in favor of an event for H may be able to withstand the force of an even fairly strong argument from silence. The degree, this is kind of what I was saying in a way more jargon, technical way. Like, this is like, for example, right here. An event H may be able to withstand the force of a fairly strong argument from silence. So McGrew is acknowledging there are strong arguments from silence. I just made a few of them. The Exodus, the battles of Abraham. There's no archaeology. There's no prime. The Hittites, the Assyrian, Babylonian, Ugaritic. None of them talk about this. It's nowhere to be found except for the Torah. That's a strong argument from silence. But McGrew is basically pointing out some of this stuff in the Gospels are just only a few people might have knew about it. It might not have reached the mainstream, and therefore arguments from silence don't hold weight against it. It's fair to some degree, depending on what we're talking about. But for example, the resurrection, especially Matthew's resurrection, I'm sorry, that is a preposterous claim to think that would happen and it wouldn't show up in the sources for 50 years later. I mean, that's like 9/11 happening, and the first news report in Fox News is decades later. It's just no. It would happen. Everyone should. This is something that is so major. It should be all over the place, and it's not. So.
Okay, so a lot of this is just jargon. It's like more academic language of like a lot of what you just said.
All this is just could be said is sometimes arguments from silence are not that strong. That's it. That's all he really said there. He just used a whole bunch of nonsense to get there, to land that plane.
Okay.
But
fan from Inspiring Philosophy said this is like a must-read for anybody claiming the argument.
You're breaking up. I think it's your microphone or something.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello.
No, you're really breaking up now. That sucks. Yeah, it's like super muffled. I can barely hear you right now. Try one more time.
Wait, should I come back?
Yeah, it's still bad.
Okay.
Well, listen, it was a good conversation while it lasted, but maybe jump back on next time or something. All right, Zuff. Appreciate you, man. Before I bring on Neurojack, let me read these super chats. Yamlikish5318 says, supposedly Ramsey McMullen's Christianizing the Roman Empire is the book for this discussion. Thank you. I will come back to this video and pause it here, and I will write. Actually, let me just see if I have. Let me just see Ramsey. Let me just look it up right now. Ramsey McMullen. Because I'm really digging into this period right now. This is like my main focus right now. Christianizing the Roman Empire. Okay, I'll check this one out. Thank you for that. 100 to 400 AD. Oh, cool. Perfect. Exactly what I'm looking for. Appreciate that. Thank you. Solera Knight, thank you for the 2. Roman cult of Mithras became pagan Catholicism. I would think that would be a way too. I think it'd be way too simplified to say that. I think the Roman imperial cult, when it converts to Christianity, I do think even before that, actually, I should say, 3rd century Christians start to adopt solar iconography to apply to Jesus. You start getting the birthday of Christ at December 25th. I think these are things that are being inspired by the Roman imperial cult at the time period. And then by the time they do become an actual cult of the Roman Empire, I think a lot of the ways of how they do religion kind of carry over, if that makes sense. This is one of the I've talked about this in a couple of my videos, so you might know what I mean by that. If you look at my video, it's a 4 hour and 44-minute video I did on Roman religion. I talk about that in there. Some of the changeover that happened. So, anyways, thank you for that super chat. Lev Polyakov, Break the Rules podcast. What's going on, buddy? Do you see the inclusivity of Christianity being antithetical to Jewish specialness? Makes for a pretty sucky cope in that way. This is a fair critique, because yes, Christianity, well, not necessarily right away. If we look at the earliest waves of Christianity, there was the Ebionite sect who did really they really wanted to keep their Jewish identity in place. They still followed the Torah laws. They still got circumcised. They were not fans of Paul. They rejected Paul's letters, and they were basically just no more temple. We got Jesus. So I think the Ebionites and the Mandaeans, another sect that John the Baptist supposedly was the founder of, the Mandaeans. I think those two groups, and there's a few other ones too. There's the what the hell is the name of it? I can't think of the name right now. There's a few other ones. These are early first century. I'm talking about like from 50 to 100 AD is when we get activity of these people from, where they're not yet ready to throw out their Jewish identities. They're still holding on to that stuff. It's in the 2nd century when you start to see an attitude of Christianity that's anti-Jewish, where you start to see, all right, no longer, even if you are a Jew, great, we're glad you converted to Christianity, but get all that shit out of here. We're all one under Christ. They start taking Paul there. This is like Paul's idea. Paul is like this universal attitude. There's no Jew, there's no Gentile, there's no Scythian, there's no free, no slave, no whatever, and that becomes the attitude. So it evolves out of Judaism, and they don't care about. It's not like the cope isn't we're special Jews, and that needed to stay that same. The cope is, oh, the Messiah came, we missed it, and now we're waiting for his return to usher kingdom on earth. It's a Judaism 2.0, but the 2.0 and it's not just the new software, it's a new hardware. So it's like a new version of Grand Theft Auto, but instead of being on PS2, now it's on PS4. Now it's a whole different thing now. That's what it is. And the only way for it to really take off is to adopt that universalist attitude that would attract more people. So, and by the way, they do call themselves, Lev, I should say this, they do call themselves the New Israelites. The church is the New Israel. You can still see this in Christianity today in Orthodox circles. They are the New Israelites. That's why Revelations, like these people who call themselves Jews, but they're not, we're the real Jews. That's the attitude. So they're trying to convert. And one more thing I want to say about this. This is a great topic, by the way. This would be a whole video by itself. Judaism was actually if you look at the last century of Second Temple Judaism, they were converting Gentiles to Judaism. We have evidence of Jews going out, and like, you don't see this today. Today, Jews are not really going out and evangelizing. Christians do that. But they got this evangelizing idea from the Second Temple Jews. The Second Temple Jews were evangelists. They were converting Gentiles to Judaism. And guess what? They didn't care. Once you were converted to Judaism, you were a Jew. And a few generations gone by, nobody would even remember that your third grandfather up was actually a Gentile. You would just get folded into the mix. We actually have evidence of converts to Judaism. So I think there's a lot more nuance than, the cope is all about them caring about their survival as a race. I think it's more to do with the survival of the tradition, if that makes sense. So it's a good question though. I'm gonna get to you in a second, New York Jack, and I see Machine Lies too. Wally with the $5. What books do you recommend for evidence that the events of the Old Testament are fiction? Oh, but the evidence of the Old Testament are fiction. There's Bruce Loudon. Bruce Loudon, I think it's called The Old Testament and Greek Mythology. Let me just see. Loudon. Bruce Loudon. Let's see. Amazon. Let me just see the names of his books. Greek Myth in the Bible. That's a good one. That's one you should check out. You can check out Russell Gummerkin's book. What is it? Which one is it? Genesis and Berosus, Manetho, and Exodus. You can also check out Lester Graby. Lester Graby, who is what's the name of his book? Hold on one second. Lester Graby, who wrote see. He wrote Ancient Israel, The Dawn of Israel. Let's see. Yeah, just look up Lester Gravy's books. Let me see. I'm trying to see which one is the best one for this topic, though. Genesis. That's what it's called. Lester Graby Genesis. Anyways, there's quite a few, man. It's a good question. I'm trying to think of just that particular topic of them being fiction. Yeah, that's. I would start with those, and then you can probably find more on that. Thank you for that super chat. Solera Knight, thank you for the $2. Explain Sin, Mesopotamian god of the moon. I mean, you probably would get more information from Wikipedia than I would. I'm not a Babylonian Assyriologist scholar. So it's the moon god. I mean, Sinai is named after the moon god Sin. I'll just flip. Well, since you paid $2, I'll just pull it up real quick. This is definitely not I'm not even barely scratching the surface in this. I haven't done any content on this really. I haven't even brought on any scholars about this god at all. This is one of the many areas that I haven't touched yet. But yeah, here it is. Sin, an Akkadian moon god called Sin, and Mount Sinai is thought to be named after this god. So hope that helps you out. You're better off asking or going to Wikipedia than going to me on this one. So I appreciate the super chat. You have one more, I see. Admiralty maritime law versus 10 Commandments and land law. I haven't even heard of the first one. Which one is that? Admiralty maritime law? Admiralty maritime law. Okay. Are you saying there's some sort of overlap there? Maybe. I'll check that out. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. Austrian Stories. I wrote a mythological speculative fiction script titled Acropolis Betrayed. Would you check it out? Also, the title and story are copyrighted for anyone wondering. Acropolis Betrayed. I'll look it up real quick. Acropolis Betrayed. Is there a website for this? I'm not seeing it. I looked it up. Is it on Amazon? Acropolis Betrayed. I don't see it. I will check it out though. I appreciate that $10. I really appreciate that. If you're in the chat, let me see. Are you in the chat right now? Austrian Stories. Let me see. Yeah, next time if you come back in the chat in a little bit, I'll with a link, I'll check it out. Appreciate that. Okay. Neuro Jack, sorry for that wait. Appreciate you waiting. You can go ahead and unmute. What's going on?
Yeah,
Neuro
no
Jack?
problem. Thank you for having me on. I've been watching you for quite a while. Watch you and Lev, Georgiani, off and on, some of the other associated people, but I definitely find your documentaries very I mean, it's just one of those things like I could pretty much watch every day and not get bored of because it
Appreciate
answers
that.
a lot of questions that I've had. I am a Christian, so putting that out there, but I definitely do find a lot of your arguments and information very compelling. I don't really see it necessarily debunking Christianity, which may be curious to you, but I'm more trying to get a clarification of like your view of things, not necessarily to say that you're wrong, but more just to kind of understand your perspective, I guess. For example, like what you're saying about Paul. Like I see Paul as kind of like a cynic, maybe. I think you could argue Jesus is kind of like a cynic in a
Oh
sense.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
100%.
also yeah, and also somewhat like kind of like an Eastern Taoism almost or something, right? And I know that sounds kind of insane. Like I'm not
No, it
saying that
doesn't.
I'm a syncretist per se, but if you had to go between understanding Christianity as a syncretist religion, a perennial religion, or something else, like how would you describe like if whether you're because I know that you basically don't affirm Christianity, but if you were to, and also your actual position, how would you kind of characterize it if not perennialist or syncretist?
I mean, so during this time period, you have a school. It's called the New Academy. It's Plato's Academy. They call it the New Academy, and it's what happens is they were there was like a dogmatism that was present in Platonism, and the New Academy under Alcinous, um, I'm sorry, Antiochus of Ascalon, around like 80 BC, starts to adopt more skepticism, like Pyrrhonic skeptic, like more Socratic way of thinking, and then they start to adopt uh, cynicism and Stoicism as a part of their. So what I'm getting at is, um, you start to see a more perennial philosophy. They start mixing things together more. You start seeing more syncretisms in like the writings about the gods and stuff like that. You start seeing like gods coming together. Even like Serapis, even that's a little bit before this period. But Serapis is sort of a syncretism of uh, Pluto, Osiris, and some like aspect of Dionysus and stuff like that. And Christianity, as you pointed out, like the way Jesus is described, absolutely cynic. So for people don't know, the school of cynic was very anti-materialist. They were they were very big on giving up all your wealth and belongings, living very simple. Even Diogenes is described as he had a cup that he would go and drink water from the river, and then he saw some child cupping his hand and drinking water like this, and he was like, "Oh my God, my cup is too materialist." He threw his cup away and he started drinking with his hands. Well, you can see like John the Baptist and Jesus living this sort of lifestyle. John the Baptist is eating locust and honey, and he's living in the wilderness. That's a cynic right there. And even that, even the early, even like the early Christian saints, the Desert Fathers, some of these saints that would live on pillars. They would go up on a pillar and live there for 40 years. This is very much the attitude of early Christianity, very cynic attitude. Um, and cynical, and also not even just the way their ethics and way of life, but even like their attitudes towards the other sects of Judaism at the time period, where they would through the mouth of Jesus, obviously, like Jesus is like their Socrates. He's like your philosophy goes through Jesus, and
Yeah, I
so
agree with that, by
Jesus,
the way. I agree with that,
yeah,
by the way. Yeah.
and so the way he would battle with the Pharisees and Sadducees and talk about how they're, you guys do things in public for everyone to see you, but you never do things for God, or you lay up riches in heaven, or you lay up riches on earth instead of laying up riches in heaven. That is a very stoic attitude, and I would agree with that. The cynic attitude, but the Stoic school comes out of cynic school. So, for example, Crates. Let me show you right now. Crates, who is a Stoic. This guy right here. This dude right here. He was the principal, as it says right here, the principal student of Diogenes. So some people say Diogenes is the founder of cynicism. Some people think Diogenes' teacher, who was Antisthenes, I think he's in here somewhere. Antisthenes. Let me see. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's not in here. But he was the student of Antisthenes. Should be in here somewhere. Here we go. Antisthenes. So people are like, this guy started this school, and he's a pupil of Socrates. See, it always goes back to Socrates. This is my point. So you have these schools of thought. Plato goes back. Plato, he's a co-student with Plato, and then you have Diogenes, right? So the school of cynicism, and they're very anti-Plato, right? So it's like your Pharisees and your Christians, right? They're like fighting. And then you have Diogenes, and then Diogenes' main student is Zeno. Or I'm sorry, I said Diogenes. I meant to say Crates. Crates is the main student of Diogenes. And then Crates' main student is Zeno. Zeno is the founder of Stoicism. So my point is like all these schools of thought come from the same source, and then they blend back into each other right around that first century period. And so what happens in that period is you have this sort of perennial attitude in theology and philosophy, and they start to blend back into each other. And you get the Middle Platonists, and you get Christian. And by the way, some of these Middle Platonists, Philo of Alexandria was a Middle Platonist. He's a Jew. He's a Jew who's literally writing about allegorizing Judaism. So his whole idea is the Old Testament. You guys think it's silly. All you Platonists think it's silly because it's an allegory. He's like he's doing apologetics. It's just an allegory. We don't really got to get circumcised. You get circumcised in the heart. So then they adopt this. This becomes the Christian. I think the same way Diogenes births Stoicism is the same way Philo births Christianity through his own. And then you have the whole school of Alexandria, which is where Christianity blows up, and I think where the Gospels are written. So to answer your question, yes, I think it's perennial. I think it is adopting many different customs into one thing and sort of going with the cultural milieu and competing with different schools of thought at the time period. Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, and so obviously, since I'm a Christian, I can't fully agree with you. Although I think in general, I think that there is a very strong argument that you have. I think the narrative definitely comports with my understanding of history as well. And I know that might sound like a contradiction, but again, faith is a little bit above my reasoning, and I just to throw a couple things in really quick. Like I definitely think that most people, I'm not saying you specifically, but I think most people in the modern age, they've kind of like left, Yahweh or Jesus as God to the side, and now they've kind of adopted like a Kantian or Hegelian or even really Descartes, God of reason or God of philosophy instead. And I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just saying I just put my biases out front, right? So that aside, other than that, aside from that, I would say that from an internal critique of your position, right? Because I don't really have any argument against what you're saying per se. Would you be more okay with viewing Christianity as a perennial religion that basically tried to combine and quantify and qualify everything that came before it into a universal religion for the masses, for good, for bad, or for indifference? And then if you could take that position that you're taking and say, well, on its own terms, it was a pragmatic, cult or something that maybe overthrew Rome or destroyed Rome by accident, or however you want to do it, would you,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
obviously
I
Christians
get
are
what
going
you're
to say
saying.
that it could go one way or the other. Like some Christians think
I,
that, like, you get what I'm
yeah,
saying, right?
I would say sure, but I would say it's more be more careful on how you argue that because it's not adopting everything. It rejects a lot of the schools of the time period, like Epicureanism. Even though you can find some Epicurean ideas, like the Epicurean idea about not being scared of death, I think Paul adopts that. Paul is very clear on like we shouldn't fear death and we're going to conquer death and all that stuff. The Epicureans were big into that, but they would definitely reject the Epicurean ideas about the body, about atarakia, which is the doctrine of the only thing that you should be worried about is not it's almost like the Lux Max or cortisol stuff spike thing where everything's about cortisol levels. Well, that's how the Epicureans thought. Everything was about atarakia, which was this doctrine of going through life without any friction, and like you're just, it's all about feeling good. It's all about, the body, like the body matters. And so they reject that. Christians are like, no, 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 no. Actually, you should go through friction. You should suffer. This is what life is about. You need to suffer for God. You need to be a martyr. So they're the exact opposite of an Epicurean in that sense. So I would say, yeah, they're very perennial in a sense that they're adopting a lot of very ancient ideas and philosophy, and even especially like coming out of Judaism, you can see them also adopting a lot of customs in Roman religion as well. Ideas about heaven and hell. The Romans had actually a tripartite afterlife where you have the underworld, Rex Inferno and the underworld deities, and then you have like sort of like a middle ground place, sort of like a what do they call it in Catholicism? Purgatory, and then they have the heavens where it's up. This is not in Judaism. You don't find this in Judaism. In Judaism, everyone goes down to Sheol after you die. Even the prophet Samuel was down in Sheol, and he's brought up by Saul in his
Right.
when he meets the witch of Endor. But in Roman religion,
Yep.
and they talk about Julius Caesar on his funeral being lifted up into the heavens. So that idea, Christianity adopts that. So yes, it's perennial in the sense that it does adopt a lot of things around it, but it's also rejecting things too. It's not just adopting everything.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And for example, I think that's one of the reasons, like I know this sounds insane, and again, I'm not trying to be inflammatory. I'm just trying to draw a little bit of distinction that I think is important. For example, like I don't think it's necessarily clear that Jesus was a Jew, for example, right? Like I don't know, because I kind of
You
think that there
sure
was
about that?
ancient faiths. Well, I think that there was ancient faiths that I mean, clearly, like you're saying, like Judaism at the time didn't believe in certain things, and so Christianity had these beliefs that seemingly came out of Mithraism or some other, Zalmoxian
Yeah, but
cult out of like Thrace or something, right?
the
So,
Gospels say he got circumcised on the eighth day, and that he celebrated that he was found when he was lost, and his parents found him in the temple, uh, teaching. He's like teaching Torah to all the people there, and he's in the synagogues teaching, and then he's
so, so,
celebrating Hanukkah, and then he's going down for Passover. I mean, how
so
can that
are
be not
but
be
but
true?
but wouldn't you argue? So, are you arguing that there needs to be a strong distinction between Paul and Jesus? Is that kind of one of your main arguments against Christianity? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, all right? Like you're saying that it's hard to, like, for you it's hard to
Paul,
square the circle of like accepting both as a unit.
no, no, I don't think that. I think they both together is what Christianity is. What I'm saying, especially, we don't even know what Jesus actually thought. If we're assuming he's a real person, we just have the
Right.
Gospels. But
Well, 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 you said that.
If we're taking the Gospels at
Yeah,
face value, he's a Jew.
but you're saying that they smuggled in all these other, like, frankly, from your point of view, pagan beliefs, right? So if that were the
Sure.
case, then Christianity was essentially a pagan cult that
No, the Old
usurped
Testament does
Judaism,
this.
right?
The Old Testament does that too. The Old Testament borrows from pagan. The Old Testament has tons of retelling stories like the Noah's flood, where you find that in Epic of Gilgamesh, or even Egyptian
Right.
motifs, Greek motifs, Hittite motifs, Ugaritic motifs,
Yeah.
Baal and the Leviathan. That's in Psalms. This is just what Judaism does already. So that you can't, just because it borrows from
Okay.
pagan ideas doesn't make it not
Got
Jewish.
it. So you're saying that even Judaism, you could argue that could also be a perennial cherry picking
Sure.
religion to some degree. Okay, yeah, and I would agree. I
I
think
think
that if
I
if
think
if
that's
that's the
how
standard, then yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
every cultural, whether it's a religion or a film or some sort of uh some sort of novel someone writes, you're going to have a whole plethora of inspiration from all different places. Nothing is just in a
Yeah,
vacuum.
I agree. Yeah, and again, this isn't really a gotcha. I just wanted to understand. I just wanted to ask one more brief thing. Two things I'll say really briefly. Like I have this theory that I found is actually a something that goes on in academia. I wasn't aware of it until recently. But for example, like I think the story of Troy, Greece, Rome, where the two brothers were raised by a wolf. I mean, obviously, I think there's a connection between that and Judaism and a lot of other things that are going on. Phoenicians. I know this sounds totally insane, but there is traditions within the occult that try to account for this, and also in academia, they're trying
With
to
the two
account for
twins
this
you're
kind
talking
of
about?
connection. Yeah, like what is whatever his name is, Romulus
Romulus
and
and Remus.
Remus,
Yeah.
but also part of the tradition somewhere along the line came that they actually came from Troy.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah. Yeah.
people say that Troy came from Phoenicia. Some people say that Phoenicia came from somewhere else. I don't know exactly. I think there's a lot of weird connections that haven't fully been explored, and a lot of your videos do explore some of these weird connections around like Dionysus and stuff like that. So I want to give you a lot of credit because I really think that some of the stuff you're touching on I wish Christians would touch on it because I think it actually, in my opinion, it strengthens Christianity, which I know sounds insane, but I do think that
No,
there's a
I
lot of
think
weird
so. I think
connections.
you're.
So
That's. I think people should think that. Um.
yeah.
Yeah.
My last question will be this because one of the videos you did has always stood out to me, and you had one of these quotes. It was a really long video, I think, but one of the quotes that stood out to me is like I think it was you quoting Plato in a letter to like Diogenes II Dionysus II, some king or something, and he said something like, "Nothing I have written is my own words. Everything has been basically, in other words, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, an IQ test to instill morality upon people. You're never going to know what I really think.
Mm.
I don't think that I need to tell anybody what I really think. It's not important."
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Um, and I think that's alluding to the noble lie, of
Yeah. Yeah.
course,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
and so I would ask you this: if
Or just his esoteric doctrines that people are have been writing about since Plato's died. His students are constantly talking about Plato's esoteric teachings that only the initiates are told. Only the inner initiates are told, and they're not for the public. That type of thing.
Yeah, and I think Christians have to admit that there is definitely some of this going on within Christianity for
Christianity,
sure,
absolutely.
whether they want to admit it or
That was
not.
what the Gnostic Gospels were saying. The Gnostic Gospels, like the Gospel of Thomas, and even some of the other ones, the Gospel of Mary, for example, or I would say not the central, but the theme that connects those together was that there was an inner mystery, an inner teaching that was only given to a certain disciples, and not the whole. Only the inner circle got this, and it was only recorded in the secret Gnostic Gospels that you find in Egypt and Coptic.
Yeah, and I think that there's a strong argument for that. So my last question is this, based on what we're saying here, and then I'll jump off. The last question is this: if Christianity is a noble lie from your view, um, is it a it's a two-part question. Is it a good idea to tear it down now in lieu of like a new age Gnostic Christianity or something else that'll come after? That's the first part. And secondly, what would be the good thing to replace Christianity with? Would it be a balkanization of religion and universalization, or just kind of see what people gravitate towards? And I appreciate your time and thank you for having me on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it should be replaced with some sort of Gnostic religion at all. I think it should be something that's more life affirming. That's my issue with Gnosticism. That's why I consider myself a Gnostic today. Uh, I think it's life denying in a sense. It's this world doesn't mean anything. It's actually evil. We're trapped. That's my stuff. So I don't think we should replace it with that mentality. But I do think it should be replaced with, or slowly over time, as people start to realize that Christianity isn't true, replace it with more of local ancestral customs, or even some sort of life affirming, uh, rational theology. So some sort of Platonism, some sort of Nietzschean with metaphysics, something in between those two. If you can figure that out, anything like that. But I think he had to drop out. But yeah, that's that. Thank you for that question. I appreciate that. I'm going to bring on Machine Lies in a second. I'm just going to read these couple more super chats real quick. Letheus, thank you for the 2, says sin equals to miss the mark, to hit moon instead of the sun. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Definitely thank you for that super chat. Grandpa of 10, thank you for the $4.99 super sticker. Appreciate you. Austrian Stories, thank you for the $5. I'm going to paste link in the chat. Okay. I don't know if I missed that one. But if the chat saw it, I definitely check out that book when you get a chance. Thank you. A Voice of American Culture, $5. Neil produces the best Gnostic content on YouTube. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And so we got Machine Lies. What's going on, man?
Greetings. How are you doing today?
Good. I see you got a microphone. I appreciate that. We can get some good content now.
Yeah, obviously we have a stream. We're students of, of Dr. Scribina, right? So we're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
try to
Okay.
advance
Yeah. Yeah.
the antagonism thesis, right? That's laid out in the Jesus hoax, pretty much, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's my friend, that just called in. He gave me the link to this show. Neurojack, all right? He's a great,
Oh, nice. Nice.
yeah, he's kind of like my token, Christian friend.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta have it. We gotta have one of those.
Exactly. So I heard you mention the Ebionites, and I know you've changed a lot of your positions since the first time you took off. Going from from mythicism to believing in the historical Jesus, right? Am I correct about that, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Okay,
And
then
I'm not,
yeah.
and I don't have a strong like he definitely existed attitude about it. I'm just more of a, I guess you can call me a minimalist in that sense, where I let the evidence fall right where it is, and the evidence says there was a guy, and I just kind of take what could happen. Like, for example, there's a guy named. We have tons of people in the first century who were trying to be the Messiah and failed. Like Judas the Galilean is one of them. Simon of Perea was another one. There's a couple other ones that were
Yeah.
some Egyptian
Yeah.
people. And anyways,
Yeah.
but the point is, I have no reason to doubt that a guy named Jesus tried to be the Messiah and got killed. That's it. That's my reason for being a historicist.
Right, and then you also moved your position from sort of Gnostic perennialism to Neoplatonism, as I observed in a recent debate you did. You're going for a more of a deistic view of things, or
Yeah. I would say that. I don't like to call it Neoplatonist, because then people think, oh, does he follow Plotinus or Iamblichus? And I'm way beyond that 6th century, 5th century AD mindset. I'm more of I adopt a lot of more modern, rational thought from the Enlightenment. So
yeah,
like
yeah,
Werner Heisenberg was he would, I would say I follow his idea about Platonism, that it's a great map to use for metaphysics and answering some of the questions that we don't know. But I'm also not dogmatic in that sense. Like, I'm looking for evidence to. I think the world is rational. I believe we live in a rational world governed by rational laws. You know.
yeah, and then actually I looked into some of the some of the Aeneads, and it's really funny that most of it is a discussion on the Gnostics, right? Where he's saying like sort of the Gnostics are interpreting Plato and so on and so forth. So it's it's pretty interesting. I do like and appreciate how you bridge the philosophy with the the sect of the Alexandrian Jews, and then find the historical milieu that sort of rose out of that in the 1st and 2nd century, and I find that very useful. Just that little description you gave about the cynic, to Stoicism, sort of the delineation of that, that was very sort of compelling. Yeah, of course. And you mentioned the Ebionites there for a little bit. Do you think the Ebionites had a more correct interpretation than the Gnostics of Jesus's sort of message, right? And that sort of stems from I would sort of stem that from their rejection of Paul.
It depends on what exactly with the message we're talking about, because the Ebionites, from my understanding, they have their own scriptures, and they had their own version of the Gospels. I believe some people think they're linked to Matthew as well. Some people think there's a whole nother Ebionite gospel that's totally different. And then the Elkosites. I couldn't think of. There was another sect who was also very Jewish, I guess you can say, for lack of a better term, that was holding on to old Judaic laws and all that stuff. Elkosites. They have a book called the Book of Elkosai, and they all come out of this like tradition that I think comes out of John the Baptist's sect, the Mandaeans, the baptizers. And there's like a whole movement of people getting into baptism and admitting your sins and starting over and feeding the poor, and like this whole like movement, this whole like very cynical movement of like renouncing wealth, material wealth, and becoming spiritual. This is like what I find in a lot of these Ebionite, Elkasite, or even some of these early Christian traditions. And so, if we take their scriptures that they have and throw Paul away, then yeah, according to their gospels and their tradition and what they think about Jesus, they're spot on. But the problem is their ideas lost. They're considered heresies by the 2nd century. Irenaeus and Justin Martyr and Hippolytus start writing against the heresies from 150 to 200 AD in that period, and they just completely shit on the Ebionites. So now we think of the Ebionites as a bunch of idiots and a bunch of heretics because we're on the other side of that period. We're at this end of the spectrum of time. But if we were living in, say, 90 AD or something, the Ebionites might be the big player on the block who people actually took seriously and thought were the real Christians. For all we know.
How much are they linked to the Arians, right? Because the Arians
that's a later group.
So okay, so
you're talking about the ones who believe that Jesus was still subordinate to the Father,
right? Yeah, because there's a lot of Arab Christian groups. Yeah,
it's a good question. Even though the Arians are later, because the Bishop Arius is the late 3rd century bishop, early 4th century bishop. Supposedly he was at the Council of Nicaea in 325. Supposedly St. Nicholas slapped him in the face, and he was the big competitor of the Nicene Creed. He rejected the Nicene Creed. He said that the Nicene Creed. He wrote a letter to Saint Athanasius and to Constantine too. He wrote to both of them saying the Nicene Creed is heresy, and not only is it heresy. Right. He said it's Gnostic. He said the Sabellians and the Valentinians believed in a triad.
Right. Well, obviously, he's kind of saying it's heresy to the Old Testament God, right?
Yes.
Or so that would be more
and the New Testament.
Yeah.
The New Testament is very, very clear that Jesus is subordinate to the Father. So what Arius, in my opinion, and by the way, the reason why I said it's a good question, even though Arius is hundreds of years later, Arius seems to be sort of from the same camp as the Ebionites were.
I agree.
They believed Jesus was subordinate to the Father. They believed he was divine, but he wasn't the God. He was a divine figure, but he wasn't. He was the Son of God. Like, you can be a son of God and not be the same as God. You know that, right? That's a very common idea. For example, Julius Caesar, Augustus, they were all sons of God. Everyone was a son.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's common.
Yeah, it's a common thing. Yeah.
So they thought. So I believe.
Well, I think that's what Paul is saying. Honestly, in Corinthians 15, he says that Jesus will be all in all with the Father. So it's pretty obvious that.
That's what I think. I think that the earliest Christians were very ubiquitous in the idea that yes, Jesus is divine. He's the Son of God. He was adopted by God. Blah 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 blah. Whatever you want to say it, but he's not literally equal to God. That's what I think that was the most common view of Christianity in the 1st century, the 2nd century.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So do you think that Paul's letters were written before the Gospels or after them? Because
this is the big question. Man.
It seems like because obviously we know we know about Luke, right? Because Luke is kind of like with Paul, so he might have had a delineation from Paul, but the other ones,
the consensus is that. The overwhelming consensus is that Paul's letters came first, but not all of Paul's letters, just 7 of them. And then there's like 4 or 5 more that came in the 2nd century. But that's funny because scholars will admit that there are forged epistles of Paul that made its way into the canon, in the biblical canon and in the New Testament. So which
ones would you say those are?
The forged ones?
Yeah.
Well, there's the so let me look this up. Let me show you the so off the bat, I can tell you right now, 1st and 2nd Timothy. But authentic epistles of Paul. So you can see right here, the Pauline epistles. Let me just share my screen right now. I'll show you what I mean. The reason why we can tell 1 Timothy and 2 Timothy are not authentic, not only is the style of Greek completely not Paul, but he says things that contradict with what's going on in Romans. So here's these ones right here. Galatians, Romans, 1st, 2nd Corinthians, Philemon, Philippians, and 1st Thessalonians. These are the 7 authentic epistles that scholars believe are authentic. These 3 right here, 1 Timothy, 2nd Timothy, Titus, 2nd Thessalonians, Ephesians, and Colossians, scholars think are pseudo. These 3 are definitely pseudo. These 3 are debated as pseudo. Most scholars will say these 7 are the only authentic ones. Now, what's so funny about that is there are some scholars now, a growing number of scholars today, Nina Livesey, Jack Bull, who say, and by the way, Nina Livesey is a Pauline scholar, a professor, not just some random rogue scholar like Philip Biondi, randomly just saying, I just think the pyramids are. No. She's an actual scholar of Paul. She's been teaching the Pauline epistles at a university level for 20 years now. It's her position, and she doesn't convince many people, but it's her position that all the letters are authentic. So you know what that would do to Christianity? It would make Christianity a product of after 70 AD, which changes everything. Now I don't even think Jesus exists anymore. It's all made up, in my opinion. If she's right, if we use her as an axiom, if Nina Livesey is right, mythicism is 100% true, in my opinion. But if she's wrong, if there really is 7 authentic letters of Paul, then that makes a really strong case that there was a guy, because if there is no Gospels yet, and you just have a guy named Paul writing letters to churches about some guy named Jesus, well, then what is he talking about? If there's no Gospels, then then he must be writing about something that actually happened. That's sort of where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, I read a bunch of oddities, when I was studying things. Like, for example, somebody had said that Marcion had the first copies of Paul's letters, and then Tertullian had said that he had penned Galatians himself, or something like that, to that effect. Or I read I believe I read that in Robert Price. He said that Tertullian sort of said that, or he may have alluded to the fact that, Galatians was not authentic, or something like that.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch. Marcion was the first. He was a Gnostic, by the way. But, I don't know. It's hard to say what the word Gnostic is labeled. I don't know if he would consider himself a Gnostic. I don't think he ever does.
I think the distinction is that he didn't believe in sort of this idea of knowledge. He kind of just believed that you had to get rid of the law and sort of
yeah. So he might not. So the idea that he's a Gnostic is debated, but the point is, he was the first Christian who had a New Testament. Before Marcion, there's no evidence of a New Testament. There's just epistles and gospels floating around individually. So then you have Marcion, and then what Marcion does is he takes Luke, Acts, and those 7 authentic, which is another strong reason why those might be authentic, but unless he wrote them, because his Bible was Luke, Acts, and 7 letters of Paul, the 7 letters that I mentioned.
Yeah, and then he was definitely considered heretical, because I think Papias or somebody like that called him like the devil or something like that, right?
Yeah, he was 100% heretical. He believed that the Old Testament, there was 2 gods in the Old Testament. He believed that there was a good God, the one who created the world, or no, I'm sorry. The one who created the world is actually the evil one in Paul's and Marcion's mind.
Right.
Anyways, there's 2 gods. There's 2 gods in the Old Testament. There's the one who was like, behind all the good things that happen. And then he using Platonist ethics, he systematically goes through the Old Testament and decides that's the bad God, that's the good God. So when Elijah gets called Baldy and he sends a bunch of she-bears to kill the kids, that was the evil demiurge. So anyways, anything else before I go on to the next person?
Yeah, because it seems like I greatly appreciate your time, man.
No, you're
but the whole thing with because I'm sort of unveiling a text that I found pretty interesting that deals with a lot of writings of Philo, and maybe I'll leave you with this. It's Berger Pearson, right? I think it's Gnosticism and early Christianity or something like that. It's called, but he sort of makes some compelling cases about how Gnosticism was sort of like a Alexandrian, Jayish invention instead of a, something that was post Christianity, right? And then some of the proofs he uses is like
Oh
Philo.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, like Philo talking about like antinomian, Jayish sects, so
Yeah. This is actually, I would say, most people who study Gnosticism would agree that there was a form of Jewish Gnosticism before Christianity, and the Sethians are one of these. The Ophites. There's evidence of the Ophites being in Alexandria before, like, let's say Paul, like first century BC, like
right,
Philo's
because it's
time.
because the whole thing is a commentary on the Old Testament and not on the New
Yeah.
Testament, right? The Sethians and
Yes.
stuff.
The Cainites. There's another group called the Cainites, and they reject all the premises of the Old Testament, but their whole theology here. I'll show you what I mean by them. This group right here. Whoops, that's not it. Let me see this one right here. The Cainites were heresy and venerating Cain, celebrating him for his sins. Apparently, this group actually stretches back to before Christianity. So someone was saying that. I forgot who it was, but there was some sort of Cainite group that was before Christianity, I guess. So I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah, like the point that you're making is Gnosticism seems to be something that came about even before Christianity came about.
Right. And then it would seem like like this obviously influences the divisions within early Christianity with like the Ebionites, how they looked at Paul, some stuff in the pseudo Clementines where basically he's compared to like Simon Magus and whatnot, those common issues and stuff. And then also, as we said, the link between the Arians and the Ebionites, where there seems to be like, some sort of link there, right?
Look at right here. This guy right here, Philastrius, mistakenly transposed this and other two sections, beginning his treatise on heresies with the Ophites, making the Ophites, Cainites, and Sethians pre-Christian sects. This section appears to be given a condensed. Yeah, so I think it's debated, but yeah. Anyways, there is some evidence, but even if these particular groups aren't the ones, there is definitely evidence of pre-Christian Gnostic, especially Alexandria. Oh, I don't know if you know this. Believe it or not, so people think that there was only one temple of Judaism ever, and it was in Jerusalem. There was the first temple and the second temple, and that's it. It's not true. There's a temple on Mount Gerizim in Samaria, and that temple, I think that temple still even has activity today. Like that temple never goes away. That's always there. But even let's put that aside for a second. Even mainstream Judaism from Jerusalem, they set up a temple in Egypt. I forgot. It's during the Maccabean period. There was a priest named Onias III, the one who's in Daniel, by the way, the one who's the anointed who gets cut down. Well, I guess his son Onias IV fled to Egypt and set up a temple. Here, it's right here. I just found it on Wikipedia. It's just to show people what I'm talking about, so I can kind of just give you a little. It says right here, Jewish war. This is Josephus said this. Onias did not flee until after the Sixth Syrian War, when the Seleucids, so we're talking 160s BC, possibly in relation to a local revolt, sent troops that defiled the temple, sealed it shut in 167 BC. Josephus says Onias fled to Ptolemaic Egypt, where he was appointed to an important local office under Pharaoh Ptolemy VI Philometor as an official of the Heliopolitan Nome, 13th district. There's 12 of these. There's 13 actually now. He established Leontopolis, the city, where he built a replica temple to Yahweh. And its priests. And since the temple, so this temple on Leontopolis, let me see if I can find it real quick. Leontopolis temple. People don't even know this, man. This is nuts. This is from okay, so I'm going to use this source right here. This is a good source right here. Hold on a second. Watch this. So Leontopoulos, this is from the Jewish Encyclopedia, they set up this temple here in the 160s. And guess what? Guess how long this temple lasts for? They make sacrifices there. They do everything that the first temple's doing and the second temple's doing. And they survive all the way to 73 AD. So it says right here, it was closed either by the governor of Egypt, Lupus, or his successor, Paulinus. That's weird. About 3 years after the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem, which would be 73 AD. And the sacrificial gifts, or rather the interior furnishings, were confiscated for the treasury of Vespasian. So think about this for a second. Not only do you have the Temple of Elephantine, which is shut down in 400, not only do you have the Temple of Gerizim, which survives all the way till today pretty much, but then you have not only the temple in Jerusalem, but there's another temple in Egypt that outlasts the temple in Jerusalem. So a lot of people think that this is sort of the place where the first Jews who kind of go into Christianity are from. So like think about the reason why I'm bringing this up, the reason why I'm saying this is because these people didn't just stop being Jews overnight. They had to go somewhere after this. In 73 AD. Right after 73 AD is when Christianity starts to explode, especially in Egypt. So who were the first converts? The first converts are mostly Jews. It's not until the 2nd and 3rd century where they start really getting the Gentiles to convert. But in what I'm saying is, whoever these Jews were in Egypt probably were the first converts to Christianity. And this is like a big thing people big debate on.
Yeah, what do you make of real quick, what do you make of Robert Eisenman claiming that Josephus and Paul both knew this guy named Epaphroditus, who sort of like funded Josephus?
It's possible. The name Epaphroditus is very common. So I can literally pull up 5 different
that's what I saw too. Yeah, that's what I saw too. Yeah.
So it might be the
like
same
too
guy.
Common, yeah.
Yeah, it might be the same guy. It might just be 2 guys named Epaphroditus. So, well, who knows though? That's a good question. But anyways, this has been. I'm glad. Definitely jump on later if you want. I think there's only one person waiting, so if you want to jump back on.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I may do that. But yeah, it's been a great conversation. Thank you. I'd love to have you on and talk about cynicism and stoicism or some stuff. So I may reach out at some point.
Shoot me a DM.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, blessings. Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
thank you for talking. Yeah, peace.
See you. That was a good one. All right, inerrant rays. Sorry about that. Inerrant rays. You are. It's floor is yours, man. What's going on?
Hey Neil, how's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. So I had a couple questions. So I would say I agree with you broadly on your stance against Abrahamism. Definitely, I would say. My question is, I grew up with the whole Lee Strobel case for Christ argumentation about how the accounts of the resurrection are no different from accounts that pagans have and stuff like that. So I would just because I'm not as versed in the apologetics sphere as you, I'd just like to hear why those accounts are different from other historical accounts that we rely on.
Wait, say that one more time. The question?
Yeah, so the question is, so the accounts of Jesus's resurrection, Christians believe that is just as accurate as accounts pagans have of historical events we rely on. So why are they different?
Well, like Lee Strobel, I don't think I've read the book and I'm familiar with the movie, and he makes it seem like Tacitus and Suetonius were literally eyewitnesses. He acts like these Roman sources that are almost 100 years later. I mean, we're talking 119, 120, 120s for Tacitus and Suetonius, when this would have happened in like 30. So or 27, some accounts say 27 AD. So we're almost a century, 100 years later for the first Roman. Now you can say Josephus is the first source, fine. Some people Some people think that's a forgery. A lot of people think that he mentioned Jesus, but that most of the stuff that he talks about was also highly interpolated, especially the stuff about the resurrection. But there's no, outside of the Gospels, there's nothing. There's nothing. You just have Paul's letters, you have the Gospels, then you have Clement of Rome in 96, and then Josephus in 96. So everything that comes from extra biblical sources is after the Gospels. So it's like, are we just gonna, as that's it? That's the only evidence you have is the Gospels, and these are extraordinary claims. So you would think there'd be more evidence. You think there'd be more contemporary sources. You think there'd be something, especially when you consider the Gospels are a specific type of genre. It's not a normal biography of say, Tacitus doing his annals. He's not just writing events that happen. It's a narrative that's specifically going out of its way to apply Old Testament motifs to Jesus. For example, Jesus carrying his cross, the way it's depicted, he's going to his sacrifice willingly, carrying his cross. The Romans didn't make people carry their crosses. They just put them on the cross and killed them and got it over with. They didn't do that stuff. This is all dramatic. Well, the reason why they wrote it that way is because it's analogous to Isaac carrying his wood to be the sacrifice of Abraham, the father. You also have the scene when Jesus is being judged. Pilate brings him out in front of a crowd, and he takes out the one sinner, Barabbas, and then he takes out Jesus, who's sinless, and says, "Which one do you want me to kill? I'll let you guys choose." And they all choose Jesus. And then what does he do to Barabbas? He lets him go free. Well, what is that? That's an allegory of Yom Kippur from Leviticus 16. Let me show you. Leviticus.
Is that the with the scapegoat?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's atonement. It's an atonement sacrifice. What is Jesus' death? It's an atonement. So look at this. You have so it says right here, he is to take some of the bull's blood and sprinkle it in front of the sprinkle. Okay, he shall then slaughter the goat for the sin offering for the people, take its blood behind the curtain, and do it as he will with the bull's blood. He shall sprinkle it on atonement, cover it in front, blah blah blah. Wait, where's the then the man who releases the goat as a scapegoat must wash his clothes. The goat that carries the sins, the goat will carry on itself all the sins to a remote place. The goat with the sins is let free. The spotless, the unblemished goat is slaughtered inside the temple. So this is literally an allegory happening. And by the way, we know this never happened. There is no evidence anywhere in Josephus or Philo or anyone mentioning even Pilate going out and doing this sort of thing where hey everyone, what do you guys want me to do? Kill this guy or kill this guy? That never happened. No evidence. So what we're dealing with, we're not dealing with history. We're not dealing with primary source material that's trustworthy. We're dealing with a genre that's going out of its way to rewrite the Old Testament to make Jesus the New Testament. That's what it is. That's why it's called the New Testament. It's literally it's a rewriting of the Old Testament.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And I couldn't help but, as you kind of relayed the Yom Kippur story and the scapegoat and all that, I couldn't help but wonder, this is might be out of your purview a little bit because it's dealing with the future rather than the past. But is it possible that maybe the Messiah the Jews say they're waiting for is not a figure, but rather themselves as a nation? That they believe they are the scapegoat?
So Isaiah 53, or not just Isaiah in general. If you flip through Isaiah and what it constantly tells you, so let me just pull this up. And I got Teriak coming on next after this. I'll let you go. If we look through Isaiah, it's constantly, so let's go to Isaiah 42. Look what it says right here. The servant of the Lord. Here is my servant who I uphold, my chosen one, whom I delight. I will put my spirit on him, and he will bring justice to the nations. He will cry. He will not shout or cry out or raise his voice in the streets. Blah 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 blah. I will keep you and make you to be a covenant for the people, a light to the Gentiles. Blah blah blah. So this is, you should be thinking, who is this? Is this about Jesus? Is this about some future, right? But listen to what it says here. It says, Israel, who was blind like the one in the covenant with me, blind like the servant of the Lord. Let's see. Let me just find where it says. Here it is right here. Which of you will listen and pay close attention? Who handed Jacob over to become loot and Israel to the plunderers? Was it not the Lord against whom we have sinned? For they would not follow his ways. They did not obey his law. So he poured out them in his burning anger, the violence of war. Watch this. Let's go to the next chapter. Isaiah 43. But now this is what the Lord says. He who created you, Jacob, he who formed you, Israel, do not fear, for I have redeemed you. I have summoned you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. And when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep you over you. For I am your Lord, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior. I gave Egypt, blah, blah, blah. And he says it right here. He says, let's go to the next chapter, Isaiah 44. But now listen, Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. This is what the Lord says. Do not be afraid, Jacob, my servant. Literally. Now check this out. Everyone skips that. Christians today, they never read Isaiah 40s. They go right to 53. And they go all the way to this the passage right here. And they go, look what it says. By oppression and judgment he was taken away. For he was cut off from the land of the living. The transgression of my people he was punished. He was assigned a grave for the wicked. Then it says, he was where is it? Is this 53? Yeah. It says right here, surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering. We considered him punished by God, stricken by him. He was pierced for our transgressions. That's Jesus, right? Well, guess what? King Josiah, during the time when this was written, now I don't think this is actually written in the 7th century BC. I don't. But the text is dating itself. Josiah is claiming to be a king in the time of Josiah. And guess what? Guess how Josiah gets killed? The king of Judah, the king of Jacob, the king of Israel. Guess how he gets killed? He gets pierced. Look at this. And by the way, he's the good king, the one who makes the reforms. He makes all these amazing reforms. He's literally called the Messiah, an anointed king. He's from the Davidic line. And he makes these reforms to get away with paganism and the Asherah poles and to come back to worshiping God the right way and following his laws. And guess what happens to him? Let's find his death. There are 2 accounts of Josiah's death. 2 Kings merely states that Necho II met Josiah in Megiddo, where literally Armageddon, and killed him, whereas a lengthier account says Josiah was fatally wounded by Egyptian archers, pierced to death by archers. And then it says in Psalm 22. Let's go to Psalm 22 real quick. Psalm 22. So look at this. Psalm 22. And I see you, Terry. I'm going to go to you right after this. I'm almost done. Psalm 22 is also about the same thing that Isaiah is talking about, where it says, bulls surround me, strong bulls of Bashan encircle me, roaring lions that they tear, they prey, open their mouths wide against me. That's the Hebrew version. If you go to the Septuagint version, it says, they pierced my hands and feet right here. So but really what this is about Josiah and the kingdom Israel being surrounded by lions. Look at right here. I'm sorry, here it is right here. This is it right here. I'm sorry, I was in the wrong part. Dogs surround me, a pack of villains encircle me. They pierce my hands and feet. You can see the Dead Sea Scrolls and some manuscripts. most Masoretic scripts say like a lion. It doesn't say this. But anyways, let's go with this Septuagint one. My hands and feet, all my bones are on display. People staring gloat over me. They divide my clothes among it, cast lots for my garment. This is about Israel being surrounded by Assyria, the Hittites, the Babylonians, and the Egyptians in the 7th century BCE, 7th and early 6th century BCE, and how they were literally just from all sides were getting slaughtered by what they would describe as lions. So it's when you know the context and the history, you know what this is all about. Christians are taking stories that are about Jews and writing it and making it about Jesus. So they're rewriting it and they're applying it to Jesus. That's
Well,
that's what the whole New Testament is.
Not only that, they're turning it into reality, not just
they're
their
making
religion.
it history. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you coming on, man. Have a good one. Okay, so let me just read the super chats real quick, and I'll bring up Teriak. So Joel 2:31 says, "The sun turned to darkness, moved into blood before terrible day." Peter quotes Joel's prophecy, reaffirming this. Acts 2:20 explain this. Yeah, they were That's exactly what that is. You're exactly right. So Joel, what you're talking about Matthew, when the sky turned to darkness. Yes, Solera night. You're exactly right. And I was just talking about this. This is another prime example of what's going on in the New Testament. Joel 2:31 has this thing of the sun turning into darkness. When Jesus is on the cross, he fulfills Joel 2:31. Get it? So they're literally just reapplying Old Testament motifs to the New Testament. Thank you for that super chat. One more. CoAC with the $10 says, what do you think about the idea of Judaism as a constructed movement out of Alexandrian Platonists, converting primarily Hellenized Egyptians? Elephantine is a unique spot for a Jewish colony. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the book that from Gmerkin over here. I thought I had it over here. I guess not. It's probably it's right here. Gmerkin wrote a whole book about this. I recommend. It's peer-reviewed, heavily peer-reviewed by Routledge and Copenhagen University. You can see Copenhagen University. And so he wrote 3 books on this, actually. I have 2 of them right here. Plato's Timaeus and the Biblical Creation Accounts, Cosmic Monotheism, Terrestrial Polytheism, and more about the law codes here, Plato and the creation of the Hebrew Bible. And he posits that the Genesis, for example, shows a lot of affinities with Platonism. Timaeus, for example, has a world soul, very much like Adam. The world soul is the first thing created, and everything is an image of the world soul, all of life. So humans are an image of God. That is the only two ancient sources that say that humans are created in the image of God is Genesis and Plato's Timaeus. So I can go on and on about that, but yes, I do think that is a great point or a great theory that you have there, and you should explore it as much as possible. So, definitely. And also at the same time as Judaism is arising, you have the Serapis cult, which is also a new religion for Hellenistic Egypt. So yes, the Jews are creating a religion for themselves, and they're in Alexandria and they're in Jerusalem and they're talking back and forth and they're putting together a biblical corpus of their own. But at the same time, the Greeks in Alexandria are putting together their own religion, which is the Serapis religion. So thank you for that. All right.
What's the crack, Neil?
How's it going, man?
Good yourself. I was just wondering, like in terms of like the Bible as a whole, or if you want to go to Torah or Quran, like what do you think the point of the book is?
Of the Torah?
Torah, Bible, or Quran?
What's the point of the book?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I mean, so for example, the point of the Torah is to construct a a history of the Jewish people and to establish a sort of law code and cultural norm and to rule a state with under. So a central text that has your history, your laws, your philosophy, your theology, your God, your priesthood, all of that stuff is all in the Torah. And then what you get with the New Testament is pretty much the same thing, but it's a different time period, different situation, different logistics involved. No longer are you in a temple. Now you have a worldwide, universal churches. You know what I mean? They're operating within churches. It's no longer hereditary. Now it's more. Now it's reaching out to all types of people. So that's the point of it is the same. The point of it is to establish a cultural code, a law code, a civic list of duties, and some sort of central text to sort of rule your shepherd the sheep with, if you want to call it that. Islam, same thing. Different time period. Now you're in the Arabic world, but you're doing the same thing. You're establishing a text that has a central message about Allah and Muhammad. It's also coming through the Abrahamic tradition, where it's retelling the story of Moses, it's telling of Noah. Even got Jesus and the apostles are mentioned in the Quran. So it's just another rendition. Book of Mormon, same thing. Now we're in America. Now we're in English. Now we have a new logistics setup. Now we have a whole different needs going on. Does that make sense? Did I answer that question good?
Yeah, because like I think a lot of the stuff you do is like very important in terms of like pushing back against like what I would say is like fundamentalist like religious types. And again, that's all the way from Torah to Quran. But when you look at the Bible, the way it's written, to me, it's a test to see whether you are a slave or whether you're a man. And what I mean by those two words is, do you just blindly obey, or do you actually like think critically and choose for yourself? Like the best way of kind of highlighting this in terms of the Bible is you go back to Genesis and you look at the whole like Garden of Eden thing, right? A lot of people kind of like don't look at the details to it, but when you look at like when Eve and Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is basically morality, the first thing they'd done is they realized they were naked and they put some clothes on. And then when God came back, he was like, why are you putting clothes on, all this kind of stuff. So we just take a pause there for a second to judge the God character that's portrayed in this book. God wanted Adam and Eve to be naked and not know good and evil. That's literally the definition of a slave owner. He doesn't want you to know right from wrong, and he wants to keep you naked. Then you go to the book of Job, and then that's where you have Satan, kind of like God's basically bragging about Job saying he worships me, all this kind of stuff, and Satan points out the only reason why he worships you is because you give him things. And notice at the end of the book what happens. God gives him twice the amount of things, and everyone's like, yeah, pray God, and all this kind of shit.
Yeah,
when
he brings
it
all
should be
stuff back.
Yeah, so it's like to me, like that test, it's basically a test or like a lie or a noble lie, if you want to say, where it's basically you're going to put this to the people. And if these people blindly follow this character, you know that they're slaves. They have a slave mentality and they will just blindly follow. And then like because go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say, because I've been thinking a lot about Christianity's rise in the Roman Empire and why you would enact such a policy to make Christianity your only choice, or everything's illegal now, except Judaism. But for just the average citizen who's not Jewish, you had no choice but to be Christian. And one of the things that I keep coming back to as a hypothesis for this is because it's such a perfect set of like a code to sort of shepherd a flock of people. Where it's sort of like it's perfect for the plebs and you have under the most of the pagan cults, there's an aristocracy, there's a hierarchy, and there's a lot of moving parts that can be problematic if you're trying to rule, because they can get in the way, they can get more power than you, they can like the temple might be so popular that now you have your own little mini army behind you because they're all going to your temple, and like all of a sudden that little area in Alexandria or wherever is a problem because they can oppose you. Whereas Christianity, with all these churches that are exactly the same across the empire and every city you go to, and there's a bishop and there's a priesthood, and is perfectly set up, and the theology is perfectly set up to have a nice little ruling, I guess to use their language, sheep. You know,
Yeah.
because they call it that. You are literally a lamb of God. You come to the flock. You were a goat, now you're a sheep. That's their message. Like they literally say this. I'm not even just like calling them sheep to sound like I'm like being you know, haha, you bunch of sheep. Like that's literally the point. You are supposed to be a sheep.
Yeah, but like I'd even say like in terms of like the aspect of like choosing a leader, like you need to make sure that this guy is actually thinking critically and not just blindly following whatever it has been written before. Because remember, like the truth is not always written. And like when you're picking a leader, you need to make sure that they're able to like to be willing to stand against God, even though that's what we're supposed to be, is like that's the divine authority, all this kind of stuff. That's the ultimate test. That you're actually thinking for yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know what's crazy is what I've noticed is the higher up you go, like you go from priest to some other level above that, and then you get to like bishop, and then you get to cardinal, and then you get to pope, right? Well, those higher echelons, those top 3 levels, I have this weird theory in my head that the higher up you go, the less you believe in the miracles and the history, the more you see it as a political tool. I think
it's less theology and just pure philosophy. You know what I mean? Because like the same thing happens
in politics
Yeah, because like a lot of like when you see like with the modern day atheists, like they basically say whatever the Christian says, I'll do the opposite. But you're still a sheep. You're doing that because there's like the one aspect of like when we pointed out with the God with Job and all this kind of stuff. It's like, well, fuck that God. I'm going to stand against that God. All this kind of stuff. That's half the picture. The other half is to recognize that the author of that book wrote that intentionally. He wrote that book as a test. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in terms of like that dynamic, and it's the same things in the Quran as well. With the Quran, it's like Iblis, and basically the story opens up where God tells like Satan, like the Islamic Satan, that like you will bow to no one except for me. And then as soon as he creates Adam, he says, now bow to Adam. But Iblis is like, I'm not going to bow to a man. I only bow to you. I only bow to the sovereign or to the God. You know what I mean? So that's the same thing.
What's funny about that is I was talking to Giorgiani about this, and the fact that it calls Yahweh a jealous God multiple times, and like if Gurmerkin is right, and I agree with Gurmerkin that there was a sect of Jewish Platonists in Alexandria who codified what we call the Old Testament, who handed down the Torah in the form that we have it. But that does raise an issue with God being jealous. If these really were Platonists, why would they say God is a jealous God? That doesn't make any sense. That completely contradicts Platonist idea of the one being perfect. And the reason why is because this could be Giorgiani thinks this is like a test that you're supposed to learn. The whole point of the Bible is to reject the Bible. I wouldn't go. I think that's very appealing, but I think it's actually more of the authors are laying down that Yahweh isn't the one, the one. He's a lesser daimonic figure below the one. So he does get jealous. He can have those attributes, and that's why he says, "I am a jealous God." That's a weird thing to say. I'm one of these kind of gods. Like, why would you say that? Are you the only God, or are you I'm a jealous God? Like, and it's implying that there's more gods out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because there's going to be other religions, and like you're pointing out there, nail on the head. It's like, what kind of like God said I'm jealous, and like this is like human emotion, and like not even a virtue. You know what I mean? It's like not like jealousy is not a virtue that we hold high. You know what I mean?
No,
well,
it's not.
You're only exactly, and it's like you're only going to get there if you actually are willing to question God. But if you're not even willing to question this God type character, then you are a slave. Like you're a sheep. You know what I mean? And this is why it's like the test of like, will the shepherds rise up?
I actually have thought of, even in my own personal theological deep meditations, I've always wondered, is there going, like, if assuming there is a God and he's good, or it's good, or whatever, then the people who push this sort of lie for thousands of years, saying you're going to go to hell if you don't follow my priesthood and give us 10% of your money, what happens to them? Is there a reckoning? I'm not saying they should be, tortured for eternity. Like, that's a nonsense that anyone would think anyone should deserve to be tortured for eternity for 70 years, which is a blip on eternity. But I'm saying, imagine, but it would make sense to me that there would be some sort of reckoning, some sort of like smack in the face of reality. Like, you were on the wrong side of it. I created this world and you did the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do. Like, you are at the bottom of the list. That's something I think about a lot. It's something that I think might be a possibility,
Yeah, like when I look for like proof or evidence of like the one, what you call the one, or the Christians call God, all this kind of stuff. It's through observation of reality, and we go all the way back to Heraclitus, like the flux. Like, in order for the to even have this conversation, we need to have motion.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And like, motion is constant, meaning like motion itself is unchanging, which means there needs to be an unchanging power to what causes motion. Do you know what I mean? Because everything in the universe, like, even if you look at like a rock on the ground, like that rock still has atoms. Those atoms still have electrons. Those
it's
electrons
still
are constantly in
vibrating
motion.
at some level. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Even the scientists will
Everything's
say
in
like,
vibration.
even the scientists will say before the Big Bang, there was still like fluctuations and all this kind of stuff. The flux is inevitable, but because the flux is unchanging, there must be an unchanging power. Like, another way to look at it is like the whole simulation theory. Every simulation has to have a power source.
Yeah. I mean, that's,
so to me, that's undisputed. Like, that's the evidence for it. But in terms of, is it this God type character that's portrayed in the Bible? Fuck no, but that's a facade. That's the test to see, okay, is this person just going to blindly follow what I say, or is this person actually going to critically think for themselves? And the people who actually critically think for themselves, they're the ones that should go with the higher up, which, like you pointed out, with the they don't like get like focus on the miracles, all this kind of stuff. They focus on the politics and the philosophy.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. Anything else you wanted to bring up before I go on to the next person?
Just shout out to you. Keep pumping out the content, and also please get Giorgiani back. He's an absolute beast.
Yeah, he's coming back on. He's just so he's only talking about right now
Iran,
Persia, Iran, yeah. So once that's eventually wears down, I'll have him back on. He said so. Hopefully it's sooner than later. I like Giorgiani. He's a good friend of mine.
Oh man, he's like, I remember like the stuff when what was it? I forget the name for, but when he was basically kind of like doing this whole thing of like how the religions are constructed. I think you have like a 6-hour like montage of all, like, I think like 3 or 4 interviews that you had with him, and it basically culminates. That is beautiful stuff. I said, like,
we've had some
the first time, like, sorry, yeah, but like I think it was like the BTR one when you, him, and Lev were talking about the whole thing of like basically culminating this and kind of saying that like going through that whole like ancient Greece and saying it's like, oh shit, like it's basically the same thing and all this kind of stuff. Like, brilliant stuff. So keep up the great work.
Appreciate that. All right. Talk to you later, man. See you later.
Take it easy, bro.
See you. All right. So I'm going to bring on Koasi just in a second. I just wanted to finish up this last super chat. Oh, I already did this one right here. What do you think about day 5 of creation and relating to zodiac animals? Mercury and Venus is Adam and Eve. The serpent is Serpens. The tree of life is Ophiuchus, and Cain and Abel, morning and Eve's star. I would say that's a very fascinating approach. I would want to know exactly where your parallels are coming from and why. For example, you think Cain and Abel are morning and evening star, something like that. Or are you just sort of mapping on some sort of cosmology to it? But I mean, the serpent being Serpens, yeah, sure. Ophiuchus, I mean, it's a figure who's like a person, so I don't know. I would have to look into it and see exactly where you're getting these parallels from, because it can be very easy to just sort of map things on. They call that parallelomania, but sometimes when you find two or three reasons to map something on, then you got something there. Then it's worth maybe putting together a paper on it or something. So, yeah, I would say write it out and see and give us your reasons for why you think those are mapping on exactly. So, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the super chat. So now we have Koasi. What's going on, Koasi?
Yo. So I have two things. It's a comment and a question. The comment first is something that I think might be that I would love to watch you kind of delve on. And it's a kind of interest of mine, is that I don't have too much evidence to back it up, but I get the impression that as Egypt became more broken down and Hellenized, closer to zero, that around the major temple cities, you had the people that were essentially drawn to specific temple cities had some kind of a spiritual or cosmological sympathy with how that temple, with essentially who that temple worshipped and how that temple viewed, and how the priests of that temple viewed that aspect of reality. I don't have much evidence to support that, but around
you're talking about the Judeans living in these cities,
kind of, yeah. But I think it's, again, I don't have much evidence for this.
No, this sounds fascinating though.
Yeah, I think that if we delved into it, we would find not just the Judeans and Elephantine, but Zosimus was a priest who wrote, I think, in like 200-ish AD, and he was like one of the last generations of priests. And we have writing of his, it's fragments, but in his writing, you get the idea that the people that are around him in his city, I think it's Heliopolis, and I don't remember his temple. They're basically a specific sect of Christians and Jews that are hanging out in his village because they do business with the temple. And so, yeah, it was just kind of I feel like it's kind of an
No, that's definitely.
delves.
Can you keep talking for 30 seconds? I'm just going to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Do you mind?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sorry about that.
Well, for anyone else that's interested, Zosimus, he's like credited as like one of the first alchemists. He was a temple priest and very kind of a tragic figure in my mind. He's like, he was basically like the last one of his generation to see the temple function and then fall apart, because I think right after him, either in his life or when he died, the Roman emperor ordered the closure of the temples, meaning the temples were no longer able to collect money from the village. And everything up till this point, around 200 AD, the temples were able to ask for money or collect money in order to operate. So kind of a really great figure, tragic figure. And he does have some fragments of writing, but I think that at that point, it's difficult to interpret. It becomes almost poetic. It's like Democritus's 4 books. It's like something that you can read, but if you are not an ancient Greek real scholar, it's probably going to be very, very difficult. But yeah. Let's see. Are you back?
Yeah, with Zosimos, I mean, he's part of that late antiquity Roman Egyptian tradition that you find, which is very syncretic, almost perennial, as we were talking about someone earlier. I think he's like the alchemists are like tradition comes through him as well. Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if. So what you said earlier, like, because you have all these cities where they have these Jewish synagogues in these cities, and up until 70 AD, I think Philo says the synagogues start getting built around like 250 BC. So from like 250 BC up until 70 AD, what you have is you have this system of where there's Jews living in all these cities, and especially depending on the Macedonian period or Roman period, they were allowed, under the Ptolemies and the Macedonians, they were allowed to send money to the temple. So there was like a tax system going in one direction to Rome, and then there's whole another direction of money from synagogues going to the temple. And the reason why they were allowed to do this is because the Romans made a deal, and the Ptolemies did the same deal before them. So Ptolemy made a deal, and then the Romans made a deal under Caesar, saying that they were allowed to send money to the temple. They would actually send a huge amount of tax money back to Rome in return, and like take care of the borders and all this. That was a good deal. Everyone was happy. But the thing is, after 70 AD, after the temple is destroyed, now what? Where does all this money go? Where are these people? What happens to them? What's gonna like? The big question is, and this is why I think Christianity rises so quickly. It's an attempt to sort of scoop up this whole network, this beautiful network that's already there. You can't just let that go away.
Right. You cut off
So
the
I
head
think
of the snake.
Paul saw
a
an
bunch of
opportunity.
different-
Yeah, I think Paul saw, even though Paul's supposedly writing before 70 AD, I think in that period, because technically Paul starts writing in the 40s, which would be under the time of Caligula, which would mean this is the time when Judaism is starting to decline and there's starting to become a lot of friction between Rome and Judea. So after 70 AD is even what I think that's when you start getting a demand to write gospels and actually let's seriously commit to forming a new sect of Judaism or whatever you want to call it. That's what I think is happening.
That's crazy.
Something along the lines of that.
Yeah, that reminds me of you've spoken to Litwat, right? You like his stuff or you read his stuff all the time? Yeah. Like he's I find the whole Valentinius thing fascinating. It's crazy how pivotal that point was, and how different the future could have been.
Yeah, if he would have won, because he was, if anyone's wondering what we mean by that, Valentinus was he was running for Bishop of Rome in the 130s, lost by a small margin according to the primary sources like Hippolytus and Irenaeus. And if he would have won, he would have been Bishop of Rome. Now, Bishop of Rome back then wasn't like the Pope today. He wouldn't have had like sole power to do whatever he wanted with the church. But you were still one of the you were in the top 5 most powerful people, if not the most powerful Christian in the Roman Empire. So he would have had some say in how the church was going to go, in the direction of the church. He would have had some say. So
yeah.
Anyways,
yeah. The other thing that the question I wanted to ask then was, this is a little off of Egypt and Judaism, but it's interesting. Giorgiani, quite a character. It's fun. What do you think of this idea that he has where Islam is essentially, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but he makes it seem like you have like a Bene Gesserit group of like telepathic priests that inject this idea into Muhammad's head. Am I getting that right?
Well, since you're talking about Islam, I thought maybe someone here might want to respond to that.
You want me to speak in Arabic, or do you want me to say it in English?
That was perfect timing. He starts talking about Islam, and then you pop on the bottom, and I see you have your whole entire. I go, what is that?
Do you remember when we bought this? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Oh man, what's up? I figured I'd tease you, dude. I was like, hold on, he's doing a hangout. Like, I was like, let me throw the garb on, man.
Yeah, that was a good time, man. We gotta set up something and go back sometime.
Absolutely. But you guys having fun? Huh?
Sure are.
Said, maybe not like that though.
No, you won't make it to the airport with this on. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
Oh yeah. You guys are having a blast.
Oh man, good. Thanks for jumping on, Derek.
Yeah, I just wanted to come show you some love, and I didn't want to interrupt too long, but it's Abderraka. Okay, get it right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that your identity now? You identify
That's
as
my
Muslim?
identity now.
All right.
Yeah.
Got it. All right, Derek.
All right, guys.
All right, what were you saying again?
Oh, it was just, do you think that there's any kind of corollary idea in what you've read and kind of what you think about things, about this idea that Giorgiani has where like the telepathic ability is like institutionalized by these, he's saying that these Zoroastrian Parthian priests are essentially, injecting these ideas into Muhammad's head. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, do you think
about Giorgiani saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think because you have Salman the Persian, he thinks that was like
exactly. Yeah, he's like the guy behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. I think there might have been a lot of. I think he was being played like a puppet in a way.
Yeah.
because I think this guy's obviously super intelligent, and he's like well read. Not Muhammad. I'm talking about Salman the Persian, who's grew up as a Zoroastrian. He converts to Christianity, so he knows Christianity. He knows theology. I think that's where the whole thing comes from. I think that's why when you read the Hadith, Salman the Persian just keeps popping up in the story like that. So, anyways, that's what I would say.
Cool. I'll give you one more little comment and then I'll dip. But
sure.
What kind of specific place and time interests you as having a really poignant, unanswered question that we don't have a good answer for, but you feel it in your gut? You feel like this is the answer, but you can't back it up. Any feelings or thoughts like that?
Just in any topic at all?
Any topic, any place, any time, any pivotal moment.
So that's a good question. I think I have a few ideas that I can say. So one of them is in Matthew 2, the whole birth scene and the whole sending the Magi and then Herod raging and killing the innocents. There's a story in Apollodorus about the birth of Dionysus, where Hera, which is interesting here, the name even sounds similar. Hera, not Herod, but Hera, rages. She sends the Titans to bring him gifts. They kill him. Then he comes back to life already. And then she rages again and then orders the innocent children to be slain while he escapes with Hermes. And then it comes back when Hera's gone.
What the hell is that about? Like, I just think it's like a.
I think Matthew is a clear mimesis of that.
So you think that they were like basically in Alexandria and they were like, we're going to adapt this to our own.
Yes. And I think there's a lot more examples of that in the Gospels that, as you pointed out, I just can't necessarily prove. Yeah. I just think there's a strong case to be made on those type of things.
Yeah. It's crazy. Well, thanks for the time, man. I love your material.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Oh, yes. As soon as you he came back. Okay, I was gonna say as soon as you stopped, the guy left, but he's back now. So, all right, I'll talk to you later. Woden Haler, what's going on, man?
Whoa, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That's very cool. Yeah, I love your stuff. Been listening to you for a long time. Nice. So I got two questions, one slightly larger and one slightly smaller.
Okay.
The first is going to be, okay, wow, I have the YouTube and the StreamYard thing open simultaneously. That's a terrible idea. So how do we, we're an interesting place in the West in 2026 because we have this religion that's been this huge edifice and it's declining. People are saying it's coming back. It's probably not. So what do we do for the reticent ones? How do we psyop them? There's always going to be sort of a remaining. So what can we do to bring them to the light?
I think you just broke up. Did you break up?
Oh, I might have.
Oh, is that you? I thought did you stop? Is that the last thing you said? Can you say that one more time? I think you broke up for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so we're in an interesting place. Like this sort of Christian thing is kind of declining in the West as I perceive it. But there's always going to be some small minority that clings to it, clinging to the old ways. Mm-hmm. So how do we bring them into the light? My friends and I, we often hypothesize about creating the cult of Odinic Lutheranism. Is that how we bring the Christians into the light?
That's a good idea. I didn't even thought about that, I guess. I mean, there's always going to be some group of people that's going to be clinging on to Christianity. I don't think it's ever going to be, there's never going to be a time when there's no Christians at all. So I think that's just like one of the things we have to sort of like accept. There will always, just like when, like even if we ruled as like a autocracy and said Christianity is illegal, there will be Christians in somewhere. So, I mean, what can you do about that? I don't know. But yeah, I guess you can try to, as you pointed out, try to psyop them if you can't. I don't know, like come
no, it's mostly a joke, but it's funny.
Yeah.
There was some, Wright Lutheran guy on Twitter a while ago who posted this GIF of Martin Luther with the Sonnenrad spinning behind him, and so
Nice.
yeah, Odinic
Yeah,
Lutheranism.
that's one way to do it. That's what the Christians did.
Exactly,
The Christians
right.
would every place they went to, they would sort of turn their own culture back on them, but Christianize it. So
Yeah,
you
and
get
it's
you
that
get
one
this
of those
Germanic
things
Christianity
that,
that's totally German, totally Odinic in its culture, but it's Christian.
and there's
this is
that
how-
letter from
this-
that
this-
British bishop. Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry about that. There's slight delay. My apologies.
No. There's a letter from
There's
the
that letter
bishop.
from that British bishop, I think in the 10th century, where he says, "No,
That's before
don't
that.
don't go fight the pagans. Yeah, just put the
6th
cross
century.
on the altar." Is it six? Is it that early? Oh wow.
Yeah, 6th century. And the bishop or the Pope is Pope Gregory the Fifth, I think it is.
Is that right?
Let me see, Pope Gregory. Let me just see what time. Pope Gregory the Fifth is no, that would be 900s. It's one, yeah. So it's one of the but it's Bishop of London, Bishop of London, Pope Gregory, and he's the source is from it's 604. So early 7th century, late 6th century. Gregory the First. So not okay. Gregory, I knew it was a Gregory. Pope Gregory the First. Now I can tell you, wrote a letter to the Bishop of Miletus, actually, which is in England, and I think it's London, right? Miletus. No, Miletus is the person's name. Duh, it's in London. Miletus is the bishop's name. Sorry, and it's in he's the Bishop of London. Gregory sends him a letter, and we have the letter preserved in the what's the guy's name? It is what's his name? I have his text over here somewhere. Jeez, it's gonna drive me crazy if I don't find it now.
See, I'm just remembering random shit I heard in a Survive the Jive video, and you have the actual book here.
Bede. I found it. It's up there. I knew it was up there somewhere. Venerable Bede. If you want to find this letter for yourself, I beg anyone listening, go look it up for yourself and fact check me. Venerable Bede is a source from the 700s, and he has a letter from Pope Gregory I in 604 AD to the Bishop of London. All right, now we have it. And what he says in this letter is shocking. Don't fight the pagans. He says, go to their holy sites, take the idol out, dispose of it, put a cross in the sanctuary. He says even like their trees and pagan and like in their grottos. It's not just temples, but like outdoor stuff. And he says, sprinkle it with holy water, consecrate it to Christ, put a cross in it, and then let them keep their holy days. Let them keep their festivals. Let them keep their traditions, but just make it Christian. This is what? He's just telling you the playbook. And I bring this source up all the time to my scholar friends. And they're like, so what? He just said that. You think people are just saying things that don't mean in antiquity?
Well, especially high church officials.
Yeah, the Pope.
That's not just a word someone says.
Yeah, this is literally the Pope, Pope Gregory. And he's telling the high priest, the archbishop of England on how to do things. Like this should be like everyone should know. This should be household knowledge.
And it's like none of these e-Christians we have these days would even consider a faith that would do that. It's like the religion is so historically different than what it was. It's amazing to think about it. Like it's not a pure continuous tradition.
Yeah.
There's such a change in culture, and it's amazing how many things in Europe are just like pre-Christian things with a coat of paint on it that says Jesus. And then sometimes they didn't even bother to change it. I mean,
of the letter.
The months are still pagan gods. The days of the week, it's
Easter is literally named after Eostre.
Yeah. Christmas they at least had the wherewithal to change the name, but
I mean that's not to say that Pascha doesn't predate that, sure, but the Easter traditions in the North, you better bet, there's a good chance that those traditions get subsumed into the local Christian tradition.
There's a a letter from a German traveler in England in the 17th century where they have an idol of the grain goddess that they parade through the streets for their harvest festival. In the 17th century. It's insane.
I don't know if this is the letter that I'm thinking of, but I pulled this up. It's from the same people, Pope Gregory to Bishop Mellitus. It says, Blessed Father Gregory sent him a letter worthy to be recorded. Letter as follows. To the most beloved son, Abbot Mellitus, Gregory, the servant of God, we have been much concerned since the departure of our people that are with you, because we received no account of the success of your journey. Howbeit, when Almighty God has led you to the most Reverend Bishop Augustine, our brother, tell him what I have long been considering in my own mind concerning the matter of the English people, to wit, that the temples and the idols of that nation ought not be destroyed, but let the idols that are in them be destroyed. Let water, holy water, be consecrated and sprinkled in the said temples. Let altars be erected and relics placed in there. For those temples are well built, it is requisite that they be converted from the worship of devils to the service of the true God, that the nations, seeing that their temples are not destroyed, may remove error from their hearts, and knowing and adoring the true God, may be more freely resort to the places to which they have been accustomed. And because they are used to slaughter many oxen and sacrifice to devils, some solemnly must be given to them in exchange for this, as that on the day of the dedication or the nativities of the holy martyrs, whose relics are deposited, they should build themselves huts and boughs of trees about those churches which have been turned to the use from being temples, and celebrate the solemnity of its religious feasting. No more offer animals to the devil, but kill cattle and glorify God in their feast. He's literally telling them to keep their same exact traditions in place, but make it Christian. And return thanks to the giver of all things for their abundance. To that end, while some outward gratifications are retained, they may be more easily consent to the inward joys. For there is no doubt that it is impossible For there is no doubt that it is impossible to cut off everything at once from their rude natures, because listen to how they shit on the English people. Like they're a bunch of idiots, rude nature, barbarians. Like, this is how we fool these idiots. Because he who endeavors to ascend to the high, this should bother you if you're English, dude. This blows my mind that people think, oh my God, this is our true tradition. To the highest places rises by the degrees of steps and not by leaps.
Thus we can't enlighten them all at once. We'll raise the peasants up a few steps at a time.
Don't freak them out now. Let them keep their traditions. Let's just, the Lord made himself known to the people of Israel in Egypt, and yet he allowed them to use in his own worship of sacrifices, which they were wont to offer to the devil. Anyways, you get the point.
Yeah, and it's so insulting because if they'd been upfront about it from the start, no one would have converted. That is not what would have happened.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. You think about there's those renditions of the Gospels and paintings from the early conversion of the Anglo-Saxons, where Jesus is like a warrior, the leader of a Mannerbund warrior king. It's like, no, dude, that's not what it is. No, it is insulting. And there's this thing in pagan religions are like, they're very different from something like Christianity or Islam because they're fused with the culture. They're almost inseparable in many ways. And when you think about that framework of the culture, that largely didn't change in Europe. And so, okay, our words that we use for religion, like God, the word God, where did that come from? Did that come from Judea? No, that was an invocation of Odin. Like that was one of his names.
Yep.
Gauter, I think, is the Old Norse equivalent. And
there's even a source where Odin's called Godin, Godin.
Yeah, because the sound shift from Germanic languages to that's where we get Guillaume and Gaul as well, apparently. Yeah, language. When you learn, I was going to say philology, etymology. Yeah, it sort of destroys a lot of things. It makes me almost wonder. Is every prayer to God in a Christian church like a tacit invocation of the pre-existing deities? And it's the same in every other language. In Italian, you know, Deo, and in a Romance language, that's Deus. I mean, that title was Zeus. You know, when they used it on its own, it referred to the chief god. It's that framework didn't exist. It's a weird snaking in of, yeah, that's right. It's related to zavut in Russian, to call.
I know that, you know what's so crazy about this word right here, to pour, gehu, to pour or libation, is also related to a word for like drugs or some sort of
Is that right?
some sort, yeah, because of the word libation, because it has something to do with like some sort of some sort of potion or something. I'm not sure. I think the word comes from this though. It's not like they both. This word doesn't come from that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like this. It's, I forgot what the word is, but it means to libate. But they use the same word for the potion. So.
Oh, sure. Like in the religious sense.
Yes. So there is some sort of I forgot what it's called though. I think it's related to soma and haoma too. I think it could be. I could be wrong with that though. But
I can't remember what soma is related to etymologically. Whatever.
Yeah,
I knew
you
at
have
one point.
homa, soma, and then I don't know if it's related to this or not. But I don't know. I think there's like another step in between or something. But yeah, that's crazy. That it literally means like to libate, because you're offering libation to a spirit.
Yeah. And it's I don't know. It's such an interesting thing where the overarching language remained pretty much the same, and the practices of the people remained the same. But there's this weird middleman snaking in of the new religion, where they alter some things and not other things. They impose their practices in one way and not in the other. It was so dishonest in many ways. People like to create this fantasy that, oh, the people were just overturned by the beautiful message of Christ. And it's like, no, that's not how it worked. It was because you made it fucking illegal in Rome. Sorry for the profanity.
And
it's because
you can find primary sources from any period that are fighting back against Christ, especially 3rd, 4th, 5th, and I think even some 6th century sources where there's still people fighting against Christianity.
The great noble,
obviously of Julian the Apostate,
yes.
but even there's even like not just Julian. There's another source that I have where he's writing to Julian, thanking him for reversing what the damage Christianity did and bringing back the temples again.
From the priesthood, the pre-existing priesthood, is that right?
Yeah, it's Mamertius. He's not a priest though, just some random guy. Mamertus, this guy right here. Wait, is this the same one? Let me see. Mamertius. I can't find him on here. But yeah, there's a guy named Mamertius, and he's writing a letter to Julian, thanking him because, like, under the Christians, we weren't even allowed to look up at the sky because they thought we were doing astrology. That's what he says in this particular text. You also have what's called the Quintisect Council of Trullo. Let me pull up my screen for this one. And this is evidence that pagans were holding out late into almost the 8th century.
Wow.
This is late 7th. We're only 8 years away from the 8th century, 700 AD. So you would think paganism would be totally dead by then, right? Nope. What did they pass at this council? They literally said banning of pre-Christian practices. The council banned certain festivals and practices which had pagan origin. The council gives some instances with the council gives some insight to historians like myself right now about pre-Christian religious practices. As a consequence, neither cleric nor layman was allowed to observe Bota, Calends, or Brumalia, which is literally like Saturnalia. Now, what scholars have concluded because of this is that paganism was still around.
Mm-hmm.
Why would
you don't pass a law
something
for something that doesn't?
Yeah, why would you
being
randomly ban paganism in the middle of 5 centuries after it's already been banned? 4 centuries. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, that doesn't make any sense. So obviously, people were still fighting it. People were still going. And what's funny, when you actually read this source, I think I have a copy of it somewhere. When you actually read this source, they actually describe finding illegal pagans in the countrysides of Asia Minor, like near Nicaea and Cappadocia and Phrygia, where they're still worshiping the Great Mother. And they're wondering
Yeah.
what to do with these people. They're like, should we arrest them? Should we kill them? What do we do? And then
When you
like,
wonder about how significant that is, if you consider the hypothesis that those early Anatolian fat lady figurines are related to the cult of the mother goddess, like that might be the longest record we have of any one deity. I don't know if I believe that theory myself, but it's interesting.
yeah, definitely.
That's something I think a lot of modern people don't understand is the truly apocalyptic nature of the religious turnover. Like you're like, oh, they banned pagan festivals. Like whatever, dude. You know those icky old rites. Like no, that was the whole world. Modern people, you know, we imagine that there's this sort of cultural niceness that the Christian religion has, which is just not the case back in the day. I mean, to understand the import of it, it would be like a new religion taking over the United States, banning the 4th of July, banning President's Day, destroying the statues, destroying the Washington Monument, blowing up the Capitol building. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about this gentle philosophical imposition of kindness. It's such an amazing propaganda campaign.
Yeah, it really is. I'm seeing. I think this might be a translation of it right here, but I don't know if this is the one I'm thinking of, because it says like, in the translation of it, it talks about Brumalia. I think this is it right here. Okay, I think I found a translation of it. This isn't the same one that I have in my. I have a PDF of. I couldn't find it, but anyways. Here's what it says. Those who give themselves up to soothsayers. Wait, this is where it starts. All right. Those who are called hectontarchs or such, in order that they may learn from them what things they wish to have revealed to them. Let all such, according to the decrees lately made by the fathers concerning them, be subjected to the canon of 6 years. And to this penalty they should be subjected to who carry about she-bears or animals of the kind, for the diversion of injury or of the simple.
For the diversion and injury of the simple. Oh, we can't let these stupid people be distracted by actually fun religious practices.
I know, right? It's so, as well as the tell of fortunes and fates and genealogy, multitude of words, nonsense of deceit and posture, and those who are called expellers of clouds, enchanters, amulet givers.
I'm sorry, genealogy is banned now.
I guess I don't know what that. I don't know what that is.
I'm not sure precisely what they're meaning, but it is funny to think that like they were threatened by the nature of people remembering their ancestors.
Maybe
at all.
That might be what it is. You're right. Because they might be like, oh, we go back to Venus, we go back to Heracles.
The divine genealogies.
That
might
That's
be
probably
what
it
mean.
is. The so-called Kalends, which are called Bota and Brumalia, and what are called Brota and Brumalia, and the full assembly which takes place on the 1st of March, we wish to be abolished from the life of the faithful, and also the public dances of women, which may do much harm and mischief.
It's just hate fun overall.
Holy shit, this is so life-denying.
This
is what Nietzsche's talking about.
No, literally, yeah.
You know what I mean? The public dances of women, which may do harm. Moreover, we drive away from the life Christians that dances given in the name of those falsely called gods of the Greeks, whether men or women, which are performed of the ancient and unchristian fashion, decreeing no man from this time forth shall be dressed as a woman. Oh wow, I didn't know that was an issue back then. That's I didn't know this was in here. Nor any women in the garb suitable to men.
You have to wonder what that. I think that's referring to theater performances.
It might be
on
that.
The context
yeah,
of
that's probably
now,
what it is.
This is from the Quintisext Council. Is that correct?
The Bacchants were doing shit like that for sure.
Yeah. But the just so I can locate this later, this text.
Quintisext Council. And you can also look up Council of Trullo, Trullo. Nor shall he assume comic. You're right. It's exactly what you just said is exactly right, because look what the next line is. Nor shall he assume comic, satiric, or tragic masks, nor may men invoke the name of the execrable Bacchus.
Execrable. That's excrement. That's what that
Bacchus.
means. That's he's saying he's the author is equating the name of Bacchus with excrement. That's what.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they squeeze out the wine in the presses, nor when pouring out wine into jars, causing to laugh. So
no laughing
allowed. practicing in ignorance the vanity of the things which proceed from the deceit of insanity. Therefore, those who in the future attempt any of these things which are written, having obtained a knowledge of them, if they be clerics, we order them to be deposed, and if laymen, to be cut off.
So that even the clerics were worshiping
Wow.
pagan deities. Yeah.
Dude, there's clerics getting involved in Bacchic religion, dude. That's crazy.
We must return.
That's nuts.
If I had a local priest that did that, I might convert.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, no,
he probably had the most popular church in the whole area.
It's the entirely the life denying aspect. It's so obvious when you see many of these things, and there's this weird. I often wonder about the timeline of this, the fusion of the life affirming culture with the life denying faith. Yeah, sorry.
This is crazy right here. I didn't even know this was in here. It is not to be permitted to hold what are called the agape, the love feast, in the Lord's houses or churches, nor to eat within the house, nor to spread couches. If any dare, you know what this is? This is an old heresy that Epiphanius writes about, where they do these love feasts and they have orgies. Christians.
Amazing.
So they're just coming around to this in 692 AD.
Yeah, how like this vision of the unitary church with this one deity, and we don't even dabble in these other practices. That makes me wonder if that was even a first millennium thing.
Yeah,
like was paganism excised from Christianity before the year 1000? I'm not sure it was. Okay, the correct answer is it never was or can be.
In the 11th century, in that first 10th century, that 1000s AD, you have I can point to a few poets in that time period who start bringing back some pagan themes. So that's the end of the Dark Ages.
Yeah,
Like, I can show you a couple poets that do that. So even then, paganism isn't gone. I don't think paganism ever truly fully was gone. It's always somewhere
it definitely always remained in the minds of both the people and the intellectuals.
Yeah,
and of course, it reached its highest flowering in the Renaissance, which it's ironic that all of the highest and brightest periods of European culture were those when Christianity was at its weakest.
Exactly, and that's when you get it's 100% true. And then right before Islam rises up, you know what happened? Like 5 years before Islam, the emperor Heraclius allowed the bishops in Rome. He told them to close down the Pantheon and turn it and convert it into a church. So watch this. Ready? Let me look this up. Pantheon converted to church. So you know the Pantheon is, right?
Yeah, of course.
The most famous building of all.
Built by Agrippa.
Yep. It says right here. Here, I'll go to the Wikipedia page real quick just to show everyone. Let me put this one down. I'll come back to it in a second. So, where is it? Where'd it go? Pantheon. Oh, now it's there. Okay. Pantheon. Watch this.
What better allegory for reusing the skeleton of the old world could there be?
I know, but what I think, so I don't know if you know the stories, but Livy tells us that when they started adopting the Great Mother, they started conquering everything. Like the more pagan they are, the more they conquer. Well, what's so funny about that is, why can't I find it? Here it is.
It's because the church cut it out of the Wikipedia page.
I know.
That's why you can't find it.
So right here in 609, Emperor fuck ass. That's what I say. I hate this guy. Emperor.
Well, you can tell that he's morally decrepit by how shitty his Wikipedia image is.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
Emperor fuckass gave the building to Pope Boniface IV, who converted it into a church and consecrated it to Saint Mary and the martyrs on 609. 16 years later, what happens? Islam rises up like a plague in the east and just conquers everything.
Yeah,
Jerusalem,
this is
Antioch,
punishment
Syria,
from Magna Mater.
Alexandria, Carthage, everything is gone within 15 years of this date. Everything's gone. All they have left is Constantinople, and they stay that way forever.
It could not possibly be divine punishment.
That's what I think. I think the daimons are pissed, and they okay. You want to neglect us? Watch what happens to your land.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, when does Europe start prospering and conquering again? It's when we start making these paintings and these statues of the old stories
It's
in
after
the Renaissance.
when
Yeah.
we bring paganism back into our lives again.
Yeah,
All of a
yeah.
sudden
No,
we
the
become
Renaissance
mighty
is
again.
the repaganization of Europe.
Exactly, and then all of a sudden we become powerful again. It's what we're meant to be. It's like our true life form being realized is when we have, when we have the Apollonian and Dionysian active.
Yeah. Because you can't have the myopic focus on one thing.
Yep. But let's look at this part right here. It says, this is interesting for people who think like, the whole debate about Christians LARPing as Jews, right? There's the whole. Well, it says right here, that those whose office it is to sing in the churches do not use undisciplined vociferations, nor force nature to shouting, nor adopt any of those modes which are incongruous and unsuitable for the church, but they are to offer the psalmody to God, who is the observer of secrets, with great attention and compunction. For the sacred oracle taught that the sons of Israel were to be pious. They're literally he's literally referring to themselves as the sons of Israel.
Yeah.
They're literally calling themselves, and this is in 692. That's late.
Yeah, long memories.
Yeah, so I mean, people don't. I don't think people realize they think they're the new Israel.
But European religion.
Right. We're totally European. No, you're actually the successor of Judaism. That's what you are.
Yeah,
and that's what the church says.
And it's done decently
this.
well, and I feel like it's done decently well to the degree that it's forgotten those things. There's evidence in the skaldic literature, the Norse skaldic literature, that to an extent the worship of the old gods is not the chief focus. There's Hakonmal or Hakonarmal, if you're familiar with that.
What is it?
Hakonarmal, Hakonarmal. It's a Norse skaldic poem. It's a poem about Hakon the Good. He was a Norwegian king, and he was a Christian. He was the one, I believe, who converted and started to convert the country. And this poem was written after his death. And in the poem, he goes to Valhalla, and he says in the poem, I don't know if I want to meet Odin. I'm not sure I can trust him. He might hate me because I'm a Christian. And then he meets Odin, and Odin's like, no, it's fine. You were honorable and you were a warrior. So you did your job well. So there's this interesting tension where forgetting the old religion is punishment, but also as long as you act honorably, that's can be acceptable.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense, actually.
I think the focus on belief is too much.
It's too much. Exactly. It should be on virtue. It should be on deeds. So then it's
when you notice the Christians even do that a little bit too, before you get on the next thing, because they try to pretend that Plato and Socrates were Christians because they were so virtuous.
Yeah, I know. They try to claim them in the tradition. I know that. It's so annoying. I mean, they do adopt a lot of their tenets, but it's so dishonest to claim them like that. But yeah. But listen, so then they start getting into what to do about them.
Whoa. In the next line, is that the Cathari? Is that the Cathars?
Yes.
The Cathars go back to the 7th century.
Oh yeah, the Cathars go back to the Marcellians.
Oh, for some reason, I assumed that
which
they
comes
were
out of
just a bunch
Valentinians.
French people going insane.
They go back to Valentinus, actually. Wow. If you really want to trace it back all the way, so they do. They trace their way all the way back to the beginning.
Arguably older than the unbroken tradition of the actual Catholic Church. Then
yes, they go back before the Nicene Creed. Because the Marcellians are the ones who set up the church in Lyons, and then that's where the later Cathars become. That's what they call themselves, the Cathars. The canon subjects to the penalties for so this is what it says. This is what you should do when you find these people. It says, those who are heretics come over to orthodoxy. A number of those who should be saved we receive according to following customs: Arians, Macedonians, those who call themselves Cathari, Aristeri, Testaris Kadakadi, I don't know what the hell that is. Tetradite, Apollinarians.
I feel like I've heard of Apollinarius.
What is this again? Apollinarians. Okay, I remember that now. This is the one heretic from Jerome's time. Flourished in the later half of the 4th century, esteemed by You know, it's funny. All these heretics are always esteemed by the people of their time.
Yeah.
They're never heretics in their time. It's always later. It's something I noticed. But, anyways, that's the Council of Truro. So,
Yeah, I know we're here to talk about the beginning. I guess we're technically speaking of a different matter now, but it's still important.
yeah. I think there's a couple super chats that I didn't get to yet. Let me just pull those up.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I had another smaller question I want to
wait,
ask you, but please proceed.
What do you think of? Oh no, I already did this one. So this one is from Thoughts on the Earliest Christians. Who were they? The earliest Christians were Jews. That's the first set of Christianity, but they do evangelize. They're trying to reach out to everyone. They're not just trying to stick with their own kind, even early on. So what I think is going on is you have all the Hellenized Jews that are living in the urban areas in the Roman Empire. So Ephesus, Thessaly, Athens, Alexandria, Egypt, Pergamum, Rome. And then those are the people who are targeted at first because they're not going to temple. They don't care about the temple. They live in these other cities anyway. So if you're going to them with a new message of, hey, look, you don't have to circumcise anymore. You don't have to do this anymore. You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to follow these laws anymore. The Messiah came. Everything's good. Just believe in him and you'll be fine. That, to me, sounds like you're targeting the urban dwelling, less fundamentalist types. So that's what I think is going on. So I think the first Christians were a mixture of Jewish people and like plebs, like really low level, almost like left-wing people today who are kind of like, they don't really care about America. They actually root for, they actually like would like to see like a slave uprising and like they would like to see like minorities win over the aristocracy. Like, you know how you see that like some mentality among left-wing college kids? That's the,
and of course it's all the spoiled and educated ones who think they're going to lead it, which is exactly, it's all these educated Hellenized Jews.
And it's funny because the rich little stoics, little snobby stoics of the Roman Empire, they were, let me show you something right now, actually. Stoic martyrs. They acted like this. So
wait. No. Did the Christians not even come up with martyrdom?
No, they did not. Oh, hell no.
Martyrdom was I wanted to give them at least that much credit.
No, that goes back that goes back to Socrates, man.
Yeah, I was going to say Socrates actually probably is the
So
archetype.
look at this. The Stoic opposition is a name given to a group of Stoic philosophers. These like rich little snobby little anti-Roman douches actively oppose the autocratic rule of certain emperors in the first century, partly Nero and Domitian. Most prominent among them is Thrasea Pietus, and an influential Roman senator executed by Nero. They were held in high regard by later Stoics, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius. Thrasea, Plautus, and Soranus were reputedly students of the famous Stoic Musonius Rufus, and also he's the one who wrote a book about Alexander the Great, by the way. And as all three were executed by Nero, became collectively known as the Stoic martyrs. So you even have like, at the same time as Christianity's kind of becoming its own thing, you had this like Stoic anti-establishment movement happening. And I think a lot of these people became Christians too.
These are the equivalent of the Groypers who go against the right-wing establishment when they they don't like.
Yeah, that's probably a good way to look at it. They would be kind of like that. They'd be like anti. Yeah, you're right. They would be. They'd be like anti-Trump, like
esteemed Stoic philosopher Nicias Fuentius.
Yeah. That's exactly, but still, like you can see there was a lot of these anti-establishment movements going on at this time period. So that's kind of what happened.
And one of them happened to catch on.
Yep, one of them happened to catch on.
I almost wonder if that's why Mithraism did not quite succeed, because it was sort of melded into the military caste and the establishment.
Yeah, it was very aristocratic. It was very. You're not everyone's joining. You have to be from you have to be initiated, invited. Yeah. But they did have the exoteric public Sol Invictus religion.
Yeah.
So it didn't Christian. So I think it's because of what, like I mentioned earlier on the stream, there was in the East, there was a Christianity just became a state religion of Armenia before Rome. Did you know that?
Yeah, you were talking about that at the start of the stream.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know if you were watching back then. Well, if you look at that
By
period,
luck, I happened to get on to catch it when you had started 10 minutes in. So
yeah, if you look at this period, you could see the Armenians convert to Christianity at the same time as Diocletian is persecuting the Christians. So what I think's happening is I think you start having mass movements out of the Eastern Roman Empire towards the East, and that's a problem that hurts your economy, that hurts your military numbers, that hurts your pleb numbers, who are the people who are working,
right?
Because
it's the wealthy Eastern cities, especially.
Yeah, the slaves are all running away, probably. You know what I mean? They're all running to the East, because they're, So I think this was probably an issue, and I think Constantine and his family made an executive decision to legalize Christianity to sort of stop this in its tracks. That's what I think happened. Yeah.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
and even without the migration, one of the big classes that were early Christian converts were those urban elites, sort of intellectual, sort of dissatisfied with the system, and they have an outsized impact on the stability of the country, or they can.
Yeah. And not only that, Constantine, if you look up his history, he was fighting a war against the Persians at this time period, right around the 210s, or I'm sorry, the 312s, I want to say 312, 313. Let me see if I can pull this up, actually. Let me see if I can find exactly when this war was going on. I'm just going to go to Constantine's Wikipedia and see if there's in here. In the East, reign, here we go. So there's a rebellion, and then I don't know if it's in here or not, but Milvian Bridge, that's obviously a famous one. Wars against Licinius. No, I don't think it's in here, but I do know he fought against the Persians. There was a battle that he fought. Let's see. He fought the Persians under Diocletian in Syria in 297. That's a little bit before that. Foundation of Constantinople. Here we go. So, military strategic reports of protecting the Danube from the barbarian scourges in Asia from a hostile Persia and choosing his new capital. So, look at this scholar right here, from Norwich, Byzantium in the early centuries. This scholar is literally saying one of the reasons why they moved the capital to the east was to combat Persia's growing dominance in the east.
Yeah,
so
we don't got to worry about the Gauls anymore, or the Germans quite as much.
Not as much, exactly. And then which ended up being a mistake because the Western Roman Empire falls later, which is funny. You can see all these mistakes they're making in real time, especially with the 3rd century when they passed the Edict of Caracalla to make everyone a citizen. Huge mistake. Collapses the whole empire within
sort of like
decades.
That scene in Interstellar when he's screaming into the bookcase, "No, don't leave."
Yes. Yeah.
No, Caracalla, don't make them citizens. No, Constantine, no.
Yep. And so so the same thing's happening here, where they move the capital thinking it's going to be a good move, and it is for a short term. This really does fix a lot of things. Short term, huge deal. They save the East from Persian advancements. But then you can see, as it says right here, he began his career by campaigning in the eastern provinces against the Persians before being recalled in the West in 305. Mm-hmm. So right at the same time that I'm mentioning, at the same time, Diocletian is persecuting the Christians. The Persians are advancing against the Roman eastern borders. Christians are leaving and going towards the east. It makes a lot of sense why you would legalize Christianity from that total 100% political and economic perspective. It made perfect sense to legalize Christianity.
Yeah, because they especially are prominent in the eastern provinces.
Yeah, and it was successful. They actually did successfully sort of fix their eastern strength. And another reason is the West was more of a country. What's the word for not urban?
Rural.
Rural, yeah, more of a rural-based
Yeah.
society. You have a lot of farming.
Yeah.
When you have Rome, you have
Like
some
you had big
out
cities
there.
on the Mediterranean coast, but
There's cities,
not so much.
but for the most part, it's not like the East where you
Yeah.
have Antioch,
Yep.
Damascus, Jerusalem, Pergamon, Nicaea, Constantinople, Alexandria,
Athens.
Athens, all of the big cities in Greece. So yeah, there's way more population. I think if you do a Roman Empire by populations map, I'll show you Roman Empire by population.
I just realized, could I turn my camera on so I could say I was in
Yeah.
a Gnostic informant video? Oh,
yeah,
cool.
yeah. There's I was waiting for someone else to join, and no one has joined yet. So if anyone wants to challenge me, you could join. But since
Yeah,
no
you can
one's
kick me out-
coming,
you
I'll
can
just
kick
leave
me out
you
whenever
on
you
until
want.
they come. Yeah, if you don't mind.
No, go for it.
Let me see if I can go Roman Empire by population city. Here we go. Okay, this is a perfect map right here. Watch this. This is so perfect. This sort of highlights what I mean by this. Okay, so you have, this is in 165, and you have 10 million people living right here. Oh no, this actually doesn't even, no, this is actually way.
I don't know if I believe that many people lived in Gaul in 165.
Yeah, I don't know about that. 12 million.
That's
I
what,
feel like this map
200
is
years after
wrong.
the Gallic Wars when.
I feel like this map is wrong, yeah. But
Yeah, I
from
don't know
my
about
understanding is, and this is 165, my understanding, by the time you get to 300 though, everyone's over here.
Yeah.
So I want to find a better map that's for 300.
Well, it's amazing how long these historical trends continue, because what's the origin point of all of that? Well, it's Alexander's conquests and later Pompey's conquests of the East. So these, especially with Rome, these early events have very long lifespans.
Exactly. Yeah, and a lot can change in over 150 years too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't find one for 325 for some reason. I can only find 117 AD for some reason. I don't know why.
Because they don't want you to be able to find it.
I know, right? But yeah, you get my point. The urban dwelling cities is where everyone was focused on.
Yeah.
It became more of a focus for some reason.
Well, what's at the time of the Edict of I think it was Edict of Milan, what was it, like 5% had converted of the population? Maybe.
Yes.
But
5. And I think the highest estimates are like, some people say up to 10. That's
okay. So even if you say it's 10, what 10% is that? It's the urban population.
Yes.
And of course, you can say, oh, well, why would they convert for 10%? Yeah, well, those are the ones who have an impact on the government, on the realm.
And it's condensed in the East. So if you just took a poll of Christians in Antioch, Pergamon, Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Damascus, you would probably get up to like 40%. You probably would go way higher. You're probably like 35 or something.
Yeah.
It just, and that's a lot of, and people might say, but so what? It's still not a majority. No, that's enough people that if they start leaving your empire and start going somewhere else, it's going to just drain your economy.
And it's the literati, it's the writers, it's the courtiers.
Exactly. It's the people that you need to run the economy. So it was a strategic move, and it worked for the time being. It ended up being the death of the Roman Empire, that long term. But you can see why they make most people in history aren't thinking 200 years from now. They're thinking right now, the next 10 years, how am I going to survive?
Constantine's mother was actually in the Bene Gesserit, and our plans are measured in centuries.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like too.
It's it's an interesting thing. Obviously, the fall of the Roman Empire was apocalyptic, but sometimes I wonder if that was part of the plan, so to speak. Not to delve into questions of soteriology too much, but what is one of the main reasons I would say that European and Western culture elevated to the degree it did was the conflict. It was the wars between the various European nations. And if Rome had stayed unified, we might have ended up like China, sort of stagnating under this system that preserved the status quo at all costs. So sometimes I wonder whether the introduction of this very caustic, iconoclastic new religion and the political upheaval it called was sort of part of the plan, so to speak. It delves into the Nietzschean concept of I can't remember the term, but what is it? He says, have you ever said yes to a single joy? In doing so, you said yes to all sorrow. So to an extent, we have to, We don't have to like, but we can understand the purpose of these negative things that have happened in the past.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know what's crazy about Constantine's mother too is it even says right here that she was from the lower classes, which makes total sense. Like you have this like plebeian woman who rises up, and then like she becomes, like you said, the Bene Gesserit mother, like steering the ship, has no idea what she's actually about to do.
Yeah.
And apparently she's the one who founded. Yeah, she's the one who founded the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Amazing.
Which I don't know if people know this. This was that location was actually a temple to Adonis and Venus. It was a pagan temple. Let me see if I can find that right now. Let me just see something real quick.
This great religious leader founded the church, by which we mean she painted the old one and put a new sign out front.
Yeah. Holy Sepulchre. Watch this. Adonis. Here, this is from an actual Christian site. I wonder what they say about it, because I know this is well known. This is not like a conspiracy theory or anything. Let me see. Let me just see if I can just find it in here. Adonis. Here we go. So it's in Jerome, by the way. Oh, there is someone that's going to join. I'll let you. I'll jump them on after I finish this thought, and I'll let you get one more thought in. So Zephyr, I see you on the bottom, and I'll pull you up in just a minute. Just
I have a tiny question to leave off. This is on a separate topic, but I want to hear your 2 cents on it. I want to know, what are your opinions on Freemasonry as a sort of spiritual tradition in the West?
I think I don't really know much about it. From the books that I've read, from like the Masons from like the 1700s and stuff, it seemed fine to me. It seemed like just like a bunch of, it just seems like a club of people getting together.
It pretty much is.
They're into esoteric perennialism and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So the idea that they're running the world with the Jews, I think that's a little bit too much.
That's very good to hear.
I don't even think Jews get along with Freemasons. I think they don't like each other. I think
there's friction with there's friction with the Catholics. I know
for sure. Yeah, the Freemasons and Catholics go to war with each other. Yeah.
And it does adopt some interesting language from the older traditions. But if it's time for you to kick me off, then that's wonderful.
Well, quick, while you're here, since we were talking about it, it says right here, later the zealous pagan emperor built a site on the Titus named El Capitol. He gave orders for so this is bullshit right here. This is like an apologetic story about the tomb of the Lord and how they knew it was the tomb of the Lord, and that Hadrian just happens to know where Jesus was buried, and he goes there and destroys it. But the real truth is that if you actually read between the lines, you can find the truth here, where it says he says he constructed a pagan temple dedicated to Venus in 119.
They're almost trying to play the card like, oh no, we were here first, and these pagans have interposed on us, when in fact it's the exact opposite.
Bethlehem, there was a temple of Adonis and Venus, and actually the Old Testament actually references this because they call it the Temple of Tammuz. So we know this is older. We know this is on a Christian site.
Is the virginity of Mary not even? Oh, whatever.
Right. This has always been a pagan site.
It's pagans all the way down.
They made up a story because they knew this was a pagan site. Everyone knew this. Even Jerome mentions this. Jerome says something along the lines of Jerome quotes on Adonis in Bethlehem. Let me just, if I can find this on GBT real quick. Let me see if it has it. It'd be awesome if it did. He writes, I found it. Perfect. Let me share my screen actually. And then I promise, Zephyr, you're on next. I just want to finish this thought up real quick. So it says, Bethlehem, now ours, and the earth's most sacred spot, was overshadowed by a grove of Tammuz, that is Adonis.
Yeah.
And in the very cave where the infant Christ had uttered his first cry, lamentation was made for the paramour of Venus. So they admit this. They know this is true. So
shades of that whole the church is the bride of Christ. If Jesus is Adonis in that metaphor, then the whole church is Venus.
That's why I think the Christians converted it because of the significance of. Exactly. You get it.
So much of that language. No, it was a great pleasure to be on. I really love your stuff. Keep up the good work, brother.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Talk
Hey,
to you
take
later.
care.
What's going on, man?
Wow, thanks for having me. I just
Yeah.
just popped in over here. My friend shared a link, and I was like, "Is this live?"
Yeah, we're live right now, and you know,
Yeah,
I
and
thought
I've
maybe.
been following you. I've been following you for quite a while, like
I
back
appreciate
from
that.
Ammon, beginning of Ammon's old days back there. I don't follow him so much anymore, but cool.
Nice, that's good. I think that means you're smart then.
Yeah, well, he's an interesting guy, but he just never
Yeah, oh yeah,
responded
sure.
to my emails.
Sure.
Well, he did once respond to my emails, but then he got like taken up by the whole wave of fame or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that
Yeah.
happening. But anyways, did
Yeah.
you have anything that you wanted to bring up?
I would actually, since I have the opportunity, I would love to have you come and check out the Machine Lies channel, and they would love to talk to you.
Sure.
Like, yeah,
What's
and
that?
it's the Machine Lies. I'll link you in the back.
Machine Lies, huh?
Yeah, the Machine Lies. Yeah, they talk philosophy and all this stuff. A lot of different subjects.
By the way, Woden,
And-
just real quick, Woden, if you could still hear me on the bottom, if you want to, you could chill out on the bottom. If no one else comes on, I can bring you back up later. But just wanted to let you know, I saw you're still hanging out. You could stay on. It'd be cool to do that if you wanted to. Anyways, go ahead. What were you saying?
And I also think you're totally right on about the Cathars. The Cathars, like way, yeah.
They're not. Yeah, they're not
And-
some new thing. Yeah.
No. And there's a lot of good information there, like real historical stuff that was
Oh, yeah.
actual honest, objective record.
They consider themselves the real Christians, actually.
That's really funny. See, and I'm a sandwich. I'm a witch. I would say chaos magician. But like I believe in God, so it's a little weird.
Oh, you don't believe in God?
No, I do. I do.
Oh, I thought you said,
but-
okay. Well, that's not weird.
No,
then.
I do. I do. I had an
That's not weird.
epiphany during my Saturn return, and like I literally, like God spoke to me for like 3 days straight. And nowadays, that's the kind of thing that'll get you like put away. but I guarantee you, I'm not insane.
That's
So,
all right. Yeah.
yeah. But cool.
What was the name of the channel you said?
It's The Machine Lies.
The Machine Lies.
Yes, and I tried
Okay.
to send you a message on Discord a while back, but I don't know if you checked those messages because I tried to invite you a while back.
I'm really not good at checking Discord. I really got to start being better at it. But you're talking about this
Yeah,
one
I
right here,
think-
right?
Yes, it is. That's just it.
Oh, cool.
Awesome. Yeah. There's a Discord. I could link you the Discord there, and you could like seriously. My friend Mohammed is the guy there, and it's his channel, and he'd really like to talk to you.
Yeah, sounds like someone we can definitely set up.
He's
you
a
on
smart
Twitter?
guy, and I think I'm not on Twitter. I don't do Twitter.
Okay.
I pretty much Discord, Instagram. I mean, I'm Zephyr
Yeah,
1369 pretty much
just email
everywhere.
me. There's
So.
an email on my YouTube channel. You can find me on there. I'll see it if you want to set up a time or something. We could talk.
For sure, I will do that.
Yeah. Anything you wanted to ask
Awesome.
me, or anything you wanted to say, or anything?
No, just keep up the good work, Dad. Just keep it up.
Appreciate that.
And
Yeah,
I'll,
definitely keep in touch.
Bid you adieu. Thank you. Blessings.
Sounds good. Good seeing you.
You too. Thank you.
Let's see. I think we have another super chat as well. Let me see. This one. With Richard and Mark. Thank you, Docs, for the super chat. With Richard and Mark, you said the 12 tribes was related to the Zodiac. Isn't the Zodiac Far Eastern as well as Western Greek? Where did it come from? That's a good question. It's Babylonian. The Babylonians are the first tradition to have the 12 constellations. It gets adopted by the Greeks at some point, probably in the late Bronze Age, maybe. And then you start to get the 12 constellations that we have today in the Hellenistic period. But the idea of 12 constellations probably some late Bronze Age tradition that you find, but it's definitely Babylonian. Are you still there, Woden? What, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah, I brought you back up because there's no one else on. So I just
sorry about that. I didn't realize you brought me back up. I was in the kitchen getting some food.
No, you're good. I was gonna read some super chats. But yeah, this channel called The Machine Lies. Oh, I'll give them subscribe real quick while I'm on here. They jumped on here and I'm gonna probably collaborate with them. But no challengers though. That sucks. I wish I had some challengers. That'd be kind of cool.
You're just too powerful. Nobody thinks they could.
What's going on with that, man? Someone can come on and challenge me. That's all you got to do.
The aura is too strong.
Yeah. Let me see. What's the oldest reference to the zodiac?
Well, a lot of the Greek zodiacal myths are just adaptations of the Babylonian ones, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Some of them are native, but.
So I know. Okay, so here's one. It's called the Mulapin tablets, and it's for like 1000 BC. So yeah, late Bronze Age, right around the time I was talking about. This is what it looks like. Mulapin, the Mesopotamian canon. And by the way, people wonder like, how does this get to the Greeks? Well, the Babylonians influenced the Mitannis, the Ugaritic, the Hittites, and the Ionians. The Ionians are who give the Greeks all their knowledge they're this transitional fossil between, the whole Bronze Age Babylonian order, Persian order, and then the Greeks.
And there's so much commercial contact with the sort of Eastern Semitic peoples like the Phoenicians.
Yeah, exactly. The Phoenicians, they're trading.
Aphrodite probably comes from the Phoenicians.
Yeah,
she sort of merges with the pre-existing dawn goddess, but whatever.
Yeah, and then you also have the local Cypria, the Cyprian Aphrodite of Cyprus, who seems to have a local tradition, but also adopts the Ishtarian, Phoenician, Astarte, that type of tradition. Like you can see a bunch of mixing going on between those goddesses. That seems to be how the goddesses get transferred. It's just a bunch of syncretists pushing things together.
Was there syncretism with Magna Mater? I'm not aware of any, but I'm sure there was.
Oh yeah, I mean Magna Mater is like the oldest, and you can find theophoric names with her name in it in Sumer. So there's queen. There's a Sumerian, a queen of Kish named Kababa, and that's the name of Kubli. That's literally like, look at this. I'll show you right now. Kubaba, a Mesopotamian queen, according to the Sumerian kings list from 2000 BC. That's her first appearance. I guess she was around 25. I don't know, whatever. But either way, her name is exactly identical to
Kubli.
Obaba of the Kubli, who is Kubli. And let me just show you what I mean by that. This is right here. Oh wait, Kubaba goddess. So goddess of unknown, uncertain origin, worship in Syria. Similar name, Kubaba of Kish, Phrygian Kybli. Animals, lion. So
yeah, the lion.
They're all synced. They all get synced together at some point, and then you even have like Isis Kybli goddesses. Where Isis and Kybli are the same goddess.
Was she ever identified with any of the native Hellenistic deities? That's what I meant. I can't think of any instances of that, but with Rhea, okay.
Yep. They just thought she was Rhea. They're like, oh, that sounds like Rhea. That's kind of what the Greeks would do. Oh, that's what you say about her? Oh, that sounds like Rhea.
Have you ever seen that meme with the was it like Abrahamic religions versus pagan religions?
Which one is it?
It's like the two little, characters on the top, pagan religions. Oh, I have a rain god. Yeah, I have a rain god too. They're probably the same guy. And then the bottom, we worship the exact same god, but I disagree slightly on this one detail. I'm going to fucking kill you over that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that makes sense. That's basically what it is. But yeah, just to answer your question, Dax, 12 tribes related to Zodiac? I think so. I think because the number 12, because of the zodiacal, the 12 months of the year, 12 gods, 12 sections in the sky, for that reason alone made it compelling to write stories where you have 12 families, 12. The Egyptians have the 12 gnomes in Egypt. So there's literally 12 ruling families. Here, let me show you this right now. Let me go to Herodotus.
Then the importance of 12 as a number is generally an Eastern thing. There's not that many native instances of that from the West.
Yeah, I mean, the West adopts it eventually, like in the Iron Age, but yeah, that the tradition of the 12 definitely comes from Babylonian.
Yeah, the base 12 number system.
Yeah. Now, if you go to Herodotus, when he's talking about here, let me show you this. This is pretty cool. It's right in the first book too, or right in the first book. I think it's the first book. 12. Whoops. He says, right, just as there are 12 divisions of the Achaeans, I didn't know that. Heracles, I heard there was one of the 12 gods. He talks about that in Herodotus. Dionysus, which came after the 12. Here we go, right here. This is what I'm talking about. After the reign of Hephaestus, the Egyptians were made free, but they could never live without a king. So they divided Egypt into 12 portions and set up 12 kings. These kings intermarried and agreed to be close friends, undertaking not to depose one another, nor to seek to possess one more than the other. The reason of this agreement, which they zealously guarded, was this. At their very first establishment in their several lordships, an oracle was given to them that one of them would pour a libation from a bronze vessel in the temple of Hephaestus, and blah, 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 blah.
Which Egyptian deity are they referring to there? As
that's Ptah.
That's Ptah. Okay.
Yes, Hephaestus is, and that's this is. You were just saying that how the Greeks would literally hear a story about a god, and they wouldn't just call him Ptah. They would refuse to call him by his name. They would just go, "That's Hephaestus."
So there's that Greek myth about how the Egyptian gods came to be.
Yeah.
They're fleeing from the Titans and they go down and transform into animals. That's why the Egyptians think they're animals, because they appeared in animal form down in Egypt.
That's Herodotus. Yeah. But you can even see, like, when he talks about Dionysus, or he talks about the Arabian gods, we don't know what god he's talking about. It could be Dusharis, it could be Yahweh, but he just calls him Dionysus. So we don't know. We don't even know what he's talking about. It might be, some people think it's Yahweh because one of the names of Dionysus is Yao, Iota, Alpha, Omega, Yao. So that people think that's Yahweh of the Arabians.
Could be.
So that's one of the things. But anyways, thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that. Let's see what else we got. Stephen Phillips, thank you for the super chat. The true biblical narrative is Jesus' return, which was the 70 AD destruction of Jerusalem, and the Gentiles of the New Testament were exiled, Hellenized Israelites. The true biblical narrative is Jesus' return was the 70 AD destruction of Jerusalem. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. This is sort of the full preterism view, which is if you read Revelation, the book of Revelation, or the Apocalypse of John, which is the original name of it, the Greek name of it. The Apocalypse of John is an allegory of the first century Jewish-Roman War, which is 66 to 73 AD. And it looks like, up to the time of Domitian in 90 AD, it looks like the author is trying to say they killed Jesus, but he returned in his glory to fight the devil and the demons, which was the war on Jerusalem. That's what the full preterist view is. It does make a lot of sense. If you read if you read Revelation that way, it fits. It fits like a glove, actually. So I'm very much sympathetic to that worldview. It makes a lot of sense to me. Any thoughts on that?
I know basically nothing about that realm of things. My view of the history, I suppose that ties into the history of the New Testament in general. And the way I sort of view that period is you've got this, okay, let's say Jesus was real. Okay, probably. And he preached things. But then there's kind of a break between that and when we actually get any records. And then they start having all these new books and they get Revelations shows up. Like, where the hell did that come from? So my hypothesis has always been, for basically 40 years, you had this weird exile community who lived in a cave somewhere outside of Jerusalem or something, or maybe in their own realm, a quarter of the city, however it was. But they had a sort of isolated community. I don't think they were going out that much, and they were just sort of sitting around, like frantically reinterpreting the words that they had, and having these different textual traditions. And that's where you get things that are very insane, like Revelations, and many of the aspects of the New Testament, which are very clear retellings of things from the Old Testament. Because I think they were sitting there and they were thinking over every event and every speech in the life of Jesus, and they were saying, "Oh no, did you realize that is a revelation of this prophecy?" And of course, as we all know, the memories are very fungible things. And someone comes up and he says, "I remember a thing that Jesus said when I was 5. He said this, and that's a maintenance of this prophecy, and that's a foretelling of this." And it's all too perfect, and especially in the ways they contradict. You can't say that perfection, it's not the Christian thing where it's like, oh, it's perfect because that's reality, and he really did fulfill the Old Testament prophecies, because there are so many that are unfulfilled. There's so much contradiction between the two. That it's very much speaks of a frenetic community sort of rending itself into a frenzy.
Yeah. By the way, I see Moon and Gosa down there. I'll bring you up in a minute. So this is exactly what Josephus says, by the way. He says, there are some among them who profess to foretell the future, being versed from the early years in holy books, various forms of purification and apothegms of prophets, and seldom, if they ever do, err in their predictions. This is the order of the Essenes, which while the rest of its mode of life, customs, and regulations differs from its views on marriage, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, he basically says the Essenes practice retelling the future and present events through Old Testament books, which is exactly what Revelation. I mean, it literally says the name of the guy left. Oh, he came back. Okay, good. He says the name of the beast, his number is 666, which is Nero. Yeah. I mean, everyone knows that Nero's name,
Kusar Node 1 or whatever it is, and
exactly. Neron Kaiser in Hebrew. If you look at the gematria, which I'll just show real quick, it lines up perfectly with Nero. I just showed it. Yeah. So
when we know that so many of the early Christians were Essenes.
Exactly. And that's why the New Testament talks about the Pharisees, talks about the Sadducees, says nothing about the Essenes.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? That they weren't the enemy. They're just, and if you read Josephus, they're just as much of a Jewish sect as the Essenes and the Sadducees.
Yeah, they're just as prominent.
And the Zealots are mentioned too, but the Zealots are the Christians too. I think it's a merging of the Zealots and the Essenes is what you get.
Yeah, you get a fusion of these, and the Zealots and the Essenes were the ones who were sort of more lower class coded, and I feel like that contributed to them being susceptible to this new gospel.
Yeah, they were like kind of like. They were the schizos of the time.
The schizo groypers of first century Judea. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'll hop off so you can speak.
Yeah, if you want, just hop down for a few minutes if you want. It's up to you.
I'm probably going to take off after this.
Okay,
but,
man. It was great having you on, man.
Great pleasure, man. Your content is great. Keep it up. You're keeping up the good fight.
All right, man. Have a good one. Later. What's going on, man?
Howdy. Am I getting good reception currently? I'm not at home, so I'm like in the middle of nowhere.
If you don't mind, let me just read these couple super chats, and then I'll get with you in just 1 second. What's your name? Moonigosa? Moonigosa. All right, thanks, man. I'll just read these out real quick. Were the people who were the Jews adherent to the Judaic religion aware of the previous stories the Torah took them from when it was written? Aware of the previous stories? Oh yeah. I would say so. I mean, whoever wrote so this is a good question actually. Are they aware that these stories have other versions somewhere else? For example, the Talmud talks about Serapis being an allegory or being like Joseph deified. So that tells you that they're acknowledging that they know that Joseph in the Old Testament looks a lot like Osiris. Now, the way they argue it is to say it's the other way around, which you know isn't true. Whoever wrote Esther, which is a late text, it's a Hellenistic text, is blatantly using the names of Ishtar for Esther and Mordecai for Marduk, or Marduk for Mordecai. The name Esther in Hebrew literally is Ishtar. Esther in Hebrew. It's Aleph, Sin, Tet, and Resh, which is Ishtar. Here, I'll show you right now. Esther. You can see right here. It's literally ASTR. So it's Esther. And it's the same name in Hebrew as Ishtar. It's the same name. It's exactly the same name. So they're literally calling her Ishtar, and the guy she saves is Mordecai or Marduk. So there's a lot of stuff. A lot of this stuff is they know that they're coming out of these traditions. So, good question though. I appreciate that. All right, let's see the next one. Tohuva Vuva. Tohuva Vovo. Thank you for the 5. This guest is awesome. He really knows his stuff. Well, I appreciate that. I hope he does too. By the way, I see you on the bottom. Baruch Hashem. I'll get to you after Mungosa. So just so you know, I'm not ignoring. I saw people dropping out earlier. And then we have Jacob Priori. Thank you for the $10. They founded Constantinople to clamp the Balkans and Anatolia together as a unit to stave off civil wars. The Balkans and Anatolia were the fault line often in their civil wars. Yeah, I would agree with you. It's a lot of more political logistics involved in a lot of the moving of capitals and setting up Constantinople. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. It's there's a lot of political reasons for it. It's not just one reason or another. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. By the way, appreciate the $10 as well. All right, Moon and Gosa, what's going on, man?
Howdy. Perfect timing on your stream lasting so long. I just got off of a 14-hour shift, but what an opportunity to go on and talk to you. I was wanting to kind of run this by you. So I guess there's a lot of emphasis on ontology when it comes to a lot of modern day systems of thought. And one thing I noticed from more mystically oriented kind of spiritual and oftentimes Christian, maybe more so on the Eastern Orthodox side is this mystical focus on telos. And you get people who kind of twist this around and they make it about a presuppositional logic. But one thing that I've noticed Orthodoxy doesn't do is that they usually don't do that. It's usually focused on the participation in God through his energies, not defining his essence. And I guess I wonder what do you think of this kind of approach where it's regardless of what the truth is behind the myth itself, what impact the myth has as an instrument on people? Does it, it's we always speak in myth. Everything we say is a myth. It's that's the origin of language, the origin of the logos. So, what is there to I guess what are your thoughts on that?
No, I think it's a more what's the word I want to use? Mature theology than what you find in Protestant circles, where it's all about the literal meaning, and you literally have to believe that he died on a cross or you're going to go to hell. Whereas it seems like Eastern Greek Orthodoxy has a more mature, philosophically informed idea of theology and how to do religion. I do think so.
That's what's up.
It's the metaphysics more than the myth, I guess. It's more about the metaphysics.
Yeah, I've found myself going to Greek Orthodox Church, and I appreciate it a lot. I actually have a stronger Buddhist background, though. I studied from a Buddhist ascetic who spent, decades in a cave, living in the wilderness, wow. And so I guess it was quite the jump to get into Orthodoxy, but I appreciated the tradition based in the mystical, whereas a lot of the Buddhist traditions, they depart from that mystical foundation. And I guess like one thing I want to run by you is like this is something the Buddha said that I thought was super profound. Is he spoke about in some of the most ancient texts, the Atthakavagga, dating back to like the 5th century BC, the time of his life, written in like oral style. You know, it's like it's in poetic verse in that ancient language of Pali. He says, he talks about like views, and this is echoed throughout other early texts where it's like views are conditioned by kind of like a person's, I guess, like moral defilements. Like if a person just isn't a saint, they're not really gonna, their view is gonna reflect that. And so he taught like surpassing view, transcending view. And one thing that he said was like, he talked about those who like set consummate views before themselves. So it's like you have like this system you work out, this contrived philosophy, and you set it before yourself and you say like, this is what makes me the man. This is what, you know, sets me above others. He says, those who, I guess, like see their view as superior, they contend against others in that way, depending on others being inferior. He says, the one who is really masterful of the way, the one who's victorious, he declares that to be a tie. Dependent on the other, he views himself as superior. That's not putting him any higher. And he says, like, purity is not by that. I think, like, that kind of mysticism where it's, like, based on virtue, it's, like, you know, really, or go on. What do you think of that?
No, you can keep going. So far, that makes a lot of sense. It's virtue-based. It's got, it's actually, there's an ethos. There's an end game involved. It's not just some thing that you align yourself with just because or else. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And he also, like, there are points in like these ancient texts where the Buddha's like, I think it's like right after he becomes enlightened, he comes across a group of people who are ascetics. You know, they've devoted themselves to the holy life. They're receiving alms. So like people are supporting them in living an abnormal lifestyle. And he sees like they're arguing amongst themselves, and it pisses him off. Like, I guess pissing him off isn't the right way to talk about the Buddha's feelings towards it, but like he didn't like that. You know, it's like he kind of frowned upon that, where it's like these people are arguing. Like that doesn't bring them closer to purity. What's the point of this? And I consider that sort of thing, you know, it's like when it comes to polemics in interfaith kind of stuff, that sort of thing arguably is like easily assimilated with other systems. You know, it's like that's just a raw mysticism that doesn't really fit into a traditional mode where it's like you just say like, this is the supreme dogma. This is what everyone has to believe. These are the official teachings. That sort of thing definitely kind of melds together well, I would say.
Yeah. And I think we have the Socratic tradition in the West. So we're all about debates and councils and philosophy and arguing. And it's sort of just as part of it. Like even in the modern philosophers like Hegel, you get the Hegelian dialectic. It's like the whole basis of everything. There's two sides that are going to, going back to Heraclitus, I should say, the Heraclitean flux, which is the two opposing forces. Let me see if I can find up the Hegel's. I'm sorry.
I've studied a good bit of Hegel.
Yeah. Go ahead. What about Heraclitus? You want to say?
Oh, I was going to say about Hegel. One thing that I really appreciate about his approach to philosophy, which is often kind of like, I guess, attacked by other more analytical philosophers, is that, you know, they say that his philosophy is all contrived and obscure and nonsense. But one thing that's very intuitive about it is it starts with surpassing a formal and universal truth. So it's like if we start philosophy at the point of like, you know, pure being or pure non-being, these seeming polar opposites from like a formal universal standpoint are exactly the same. That like if we start from this pure presuppositional written way of doing philosophy, then we don't get anywhere. And it's like he works up from his science of logic from kind of like that starting point, and then arrives in the phenomenology of spirit, talking about absolute spirit, like kind of like God in an unfathomable sense. And I guess he was like a Lutheran or something like that. So I think that that's just a profound way to approach philosophy, where it's like, it's not about necessarily how you get there, but like your starting point and how you like make this bridge to your end point, even if you can't, you know, like cover every single little nuance that'll satisfy everyone's, you know, sense of truth and whatnot.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking of right here. So Heraclitus, men do not know what is at variance agrees with itself. So like disagreement, right? You know, it is an attunement of opposite tensions. I want to see what is this footnote. Heraclitus. Okay, never mind. I just want to see what the footnote. So it is an attunement of opposite tensions, like that of a bow and a lyre. What it means is the two opposing sides, right, left, you know, Christian and pagan or whatever it is. The two opposing, you know, pseudo archaeology, mainstream archaeology. I'm just throwing those. You have the two opposite attunements, and the two that are pulling away from each other actually creates a beautiful bow or a lyre that plays beautiful music. You need the two, you need the dialectic, you need the debate, you need the argument, you need the clash. This actually goes back to the Bhagavad Gita, which I know the Buddha was like that Buddhism is like sort of an anti-Hinduism in the sense that instead of action, there's inaction. But anyways, I want to get your thoughts on that maybe. But the point of the Bhagavad Gita is Arjun doesn't want to go to war with his uncle Bhishma. And Krishna tells him, no, this is what you were made to do. You are going to fight your uncle, and you're going to kill him, and you're going to fight. This war is going to play out, and thousands of people are going to die tomorrow, because this is the way the world is. Without this, there will be no good. There will be no beauty. Without death, there will be no life, all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's something to say about being like the whole arguing thing, right? Or arguing over theology, arguing over dogmatisms, all that stuff. There's something necessary about it.
That quote from Heraclitus you provided was awesome. I love that. Now with the Bhagavad Gita, that's an interesting kind of clash with Buddha Dhamma, because the kind of implications behind it have some basis in reality. Like, it's like there will be war. You know, it's like you could say like, oh, violence is always going to shorten your lifespan and make things bad on the karmic scale. But from like a more practical standpoint, that is going to continue to exist. We could imagine, like, if we have this unfathomable number of rebirths, like the Buddha says, then we're going to end up as a soldier in one of these rebirths, and we're going to kill people. We're going to end up in these kind of like profane, diluted, self-destructive states of being. And that's one of the interesting parts of the Buddha Dhamma, is like the Buddha basically says, like, you know, it's like to wipe clean the slate of karma. He kind of uses like a poetic simile, which I love about his, you know, style of teaching, is that he says this karma, it's like a mountain. Imagine like a great mountain, and you have this fine silk cloth, and every 100 years you wipe that mountain with the cloth. The amount of time it would take to level that mountain is 1 eon. And he says you have an unfathomable number of eons of rebirth. Like, it's like you've existed for like that long, and feasibly you're going to continue to exist for that long in the future. And he recognizes, like, you know, it's like he has this superhuman clairvoyant vision, and he sees like, this is horrible for the people in this. You know, it's like when you're going through existence after existence, it's like you could fill an entire ocean with your own tears. Like there's an unfathomable amount of suffering that goes along with that. Wow. And so he almost says, like, you know, it's like it is very feasible that, you know, only a small amount of people make their way out, and most people end up like lost. You know, they're in a labyrinth, and that's just part of life, you know.
Yeah, damn. You said that's from what?
Well, you know, the clairvoyant vision stuff comes from Digha Nikaya too. It's one of the earlier, it's like when you have the Pali Canon, which is considered like early Buddhist texts, the early texts of the Digha Nikaya, they form like the first parts of that composition. So they're put first and foremost as like kind of like authoritative aspects of authoritative parts of Buddha Dhamma. And I guess like Digha Nikaya 2, it kind of gives this progression where the Buddha's asked about like, you know, it's like, what are the fruits of the holy life? He gives superhuman clairvoyance as a fruit of the holy life. And then as far as the mountain of karma, I may have to use AI to pull that one. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's just a simile that shows up. I'm pretty sure it shows up in a few locations.
Yeah, I know that people don't realize. People think that Taoism only has the Tao Te Ching or Tao Te Ching. Recently, in the last like couple of years, I've figured out. I've been shown that Taoism actually has like hundreds of books of scripture. Like so much books. The yellow book, all this like the purple text. I actually have. Let me see if I have it. Oh, right here. This book right here from Stephen Bockenkamp called Early Taoist Scriptures. The Tao Te Ching is not even this. This is everything but the Tao Te Ching. And it's so the reason why I'm bringing it up is because they actually adopt a lot of Buddhist stuff in here. Like you can actually make the argument that like Taoism is to Buddhism what Christianity is to Judaism in a way. Like it like comes out of the tradition, and they even call one of the people, like they say he lived as the Buddha in one of his lives. So like Buddha is part of their tradition. And obviously it's not Indian. It's a Chinese tradition. And so like Christianity becomes a Greek religion, but it comes out of Judaism, which is Jewish. Taoism is a Chinese, mostly Chinese, Eastern Asian, I should say. Because this is before China. This is like Han Dynasty up until Yuan Dynasty and Ming Dynasty. And anyways, but it comes out of the tradition in Japan too. This is big in Japan. And but it comes out of the tradition that ultimately goes back to India. And then Buddhism is literally like the Buddha was literally a Hindu. Like his family was all Hindus, right? Oh
yeah, like he was raised to be like a kind of like a Brahmin prince.
Yes.
Yeah. What a crazy interesting how like you have like this kind of linguistic dialectic that goes on there too, where it's like the name Buddha is like it means like awakened or like already enlightened. So it's like a victorious one. And in these other traditions like Taoism, Mahayana traditions, like a lot of commentarial stuff in Theravada with, I guess maybe less so there. They kind of stick to like the historical guy, but you get this like mythologization of the name itself. And I think that's a profound aspect in like how kind of like mythological dialectics occur, where like, it's like you have like the Jewish law and you have the Jewish God, and it's clearly like in my sense of it, it's very clearly different in like the sense that those ancient Jews were using it than this man Jesus who's identifying as the Logos, who's identifying as God, and who is kind of like I guess like also identifying as the Logos. And in the same way, you have like Dhamma in the Vedic kind of tradition, like they had that word Dhamma. Like in various forms, like this word kind of linguistically developed.
The name Dhammapada is the name of the book.
Oh yeah, and see, like the Buddha was called the Dhamma. It's like there's a scripture where it talks about the Buddha in the sense of being limitless, and they say like a disciple of the Buddha does not have to worry about stepping on snakes or being like bitten by snakes, being bitten by crawling things, because those are limited. And the disciple, the noble one, is like established in the unlimited. The Dhamma is unlimited. The Buddha is unlimited. The Buddha is the Dhamma incarnate. And see, like they didn't have that in the Hinduism. It's like the Hindus, they didn't have this idea of like man can be Dhamma, man can be the receptacle of ultimate reality. And I guess like I think that's an interesting part of faith too, where it's like it can go from like a tradition, and then that tradition can create a holy man. That holy man can create tradition from himself, because it's like, it's like it has this kind of like, dialectic and cosmic cycling going on, as far as like, it's like where do we get this idea of like high mysticism and high theology except from the direct experience of men? It doesn't come from our contrived philosophies or our traditions of what's truly true. It comes from like a person just putting it to practice and working it, I guess.
Yeah. It says right here, I'm reading through this early Taoist scriptures. First, it mentions Buddha, and it talks about the perfected person. And it says, Lao Tzu revealed the 5,000 character text. Lao Tzu, the gatekeeper, Wenzi, the Western passages. And it says perfected person to reveal the Tao, clearly meant to be the Buddha. So I guess Lao Tzu was the Buddha, according to the Taoists. He was the Buddha. And then he lives in the same time period as Buddha, too, which is even weirder. That's crazy if that's true, but I doubt
that's
that.
Fascinating.
Yeah. And then it says over here, it says the Taoist version of the Buddha in his cosmic form, the celestial worthy of his title, derives from the first words reportedly pronounced by the Buddha at birth. Quote, above the heavens and below the heavens, I am revered. Unquote. So that we might also translate the one revered into the heavens, there is evidence that a result of the popularity of this Taoist divinity, Chinese Buddhist translators eventually dropped the epithet celestial worthy as a translation of the Sanskrit Bhagavat, blessed one, in favor of Shizun, world honored one. There you can see the translation of the Sanskrit into Chinese. So it's like
like
Hebrew. It's like the Hebrew going into Greek tradition. That's what it is. You see a total layover of tradition into a new tradition.
That's fascinating. There was this guy, King Ashoka, who I think he was like 3 centuries after the Buddha, like right as the Pali Canon's being devised.
He's right.
He creates like this
period, yeah.
Oh yeah, he creates like the Ashokan pillar marking the birthplace of the Buddha, and he's the one who's responsible for spreading the like kind of like the proto tradition around, where it's like before it's even become a tradition, it's like it goes to China, it goes to it goes to all these people, and so they get this chance to culturally receive it.
He reached out to the Greeks.
Oh yeah.
So these pillars right here, he wrote on them. Let me see if I can find it. He wrote Antiochus's name. So Antiochus was a Seleucid king. Ptolemy, Philadelphus II, Antigonus, who's the Macedonian king, Magus, which is the Cyrene king, and then Alexander of Epirus. He mentions all of them on this pillar, and he's like basically what it says. He's reached, and what he's doing is he's like calling on them to create some sort of world global system that, and he even says like, whenever we send people to Greece, you should give them healthcare. Like he literally says like, give them doctors if they need it. Like he's basically calling for a world system of world healthcare and trade and travel where everyone's peaceful. We're all one nation under whatever. Like that's literally what the gist of it is.
I think the story behind him, and I may be wrong on some of the details, I haven't independently studied this, but I hear like kind of like hearsay is that the story of him is that King Ashoka was like a slaughterer. Like he went around killing and taking everything he could take. It's like wherever he went, he conquered that place. He came across the Buddha, or he came across the Buddha's early traditions of disciples, and he decided like, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to go and spread this Buddha Dhamma everywhere I can go and just quit conquering. I think that's like beautiful. Like he turned like a man who was like almost like Genghis Khan into like a spreader of mysticism.
It says right here, his edicts, Ashoka defines the main principles of Dhamma as nonviolence, tolerance of all sects and all opinions, obedience to parents, respect to Brahmins and other religious teachers as priests, liberality towards friends, humane treatment of servants, and generosity towards all. Suggests a general ethic of behavior to which no religious or social group could object. It also could act as a focus of loyalty to weld together diverse strands that are made up empire. Interestingly, the Greek versions of these edicts translate Dhamma as Eusebia. Wow, I didn't know that. And no mention is made anywhere of the teachings of the Buddha as we would expect from Ashoka propagating Buddhism. That's fascinating. I wonder if I can find a translation of it somewhere. Now I really want to see if I can find one.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Is there one on here? Major edicts. Let's see. Languages. No. Content. Here we go. Here's a translation. Everywhere. Here's one of them. There's two of them, actually. I don't know which one I should read first. Let's read this one. Everywhere within the conquered province of King Ashoka, which is his name is Piyadisa, the beloved of the gods, as well as in the parts occupied by the faithful, such as Kola, Pandya, which is the Pandya dynasty, Sataputra, and Kelaputra, even as far as Tampani, wherever that's Sri Lanka, I guess, and moreover, the dominions of the Greeks, Antiochus, everywhere to the heaven beloved, Rashaya double system of medical aid is to be established, both medical aid for men and medical aid for animals. What?
Wow.
This one right here, he uses the word Iona for Greek, which is interesting because people thought that when the Bible, when Daniel mentions Greeks, it doesn't say Greeks or Hellenes. It uses the word Ionians. So people were like, "Oh, that's so ancient, bro. Definitely Daniel's definitely ancient." But then it's like, wait a minute. We have this 200 BC inscription right here where the Greeks are known as the Ionians. So that's actually wrong. That's actually a Hellenistic word for Greeks. So that was a big deal. But look at he mentions Antiochus here. He mentions Antiochus there, and then where's the other one? I think he mentions the other Greeks too. But anyways, you get the point.
Oh yeah, that's fascinating.
He's just like calling for a universal system, basically. I think he's like asking for a system for the people can travel freely from country to country, get universal health care, and like, some sort of like some hospitality system going on. Social animal welfare, that type of thing. Here's one right here. Everywhere in the dominions of King Devanparaya Priyanasya and his borders, the Kols, the Pandyas, the Kelapatya, Tamprani, the Yona king, which is the Greek king, Antioga, you can't even say it, like the name is like Antioga, and the other kings who are neighbors of this Antioga, everywhere, two kinds of medical treatment were established. Medical treatment for men, medical treatment for cattle. Wherever there were no herbs are beneficial to men and beneficial to cattle, everywhere they caused it to be imported and to be planted. Kind of random though,
I think that's like I think it kind of makes sense. It's like there isn't this strong line between like man and animal. Like it's like animals are sentient beings. Eventually, they will like kind of develop. I guess like you have this idea of like Sakuma, the subtle body, where it's like the Buddha's asked about like what is the soul, and it's like some people they're kind of addressing like kind of like the true self, like what is this thing that exists eternally? And the Buddha obviously doesn't defer to the eternal kind of side of things. He talks about transitoriness, and so he says that because it's accessed through perception, it's like we could say, sure, the coarse body fed by food, it exists. We could say the formless body that is accessed in deep meditative states, it exists via perception. And then we could even go so far as to say the subtle body that accesses like the recollection of past lives, the superhuman clairvoyance of various destinations of rebirth, the karma, this sort of thing. It exists in perception. It's like being perceived. It can be known, but outside of perception, we can't really speak of it. And so there's like I guess like an interesting stance there where it's like, it's like an animal has a subtle body. Like all sentient beings, they have a subtle body.
Sure.
This would be directly related to what would create continuity between lives. It's like you lose your dense body and maybe your formless body even, it's like you have like this cosmic contraction where, you have this, what we exist in now with like a physical realm and a heavenly realm, as the Buddha puts it. And then you have like this contracted heavenly realm where it's like everything's been swallowed up by the essential elements. It's all kind of devolved into chaos, but all of these beings are existing in a world of self creation, basically, where they're like in this mind-made body, this subtle body, and they feed on bliss, and they exist in this place for unfathomable eons. It's like it's about, as I understand it, as long as the world itself exists. It's like this world exists for a really, really long time. That one state of existence exists for a really, really long time. Few beings are left behind. And when they're left behind, they're left in higher heavenly realms. So it's like, it's like the even the animals, it's like from like a human's eye view, it's like, okay, they're going to be animals for a really long time. It's like this long genealogy, but from like the Buddha's eye view, it's like, they're just one of us, it's like, they're kind of just going to eventually, it's like they aren't Hylic, they don't get just destroyed. They're here with us and they come along on that journey.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Now, here's the one there. He mentions the other kings. I found it's Edict 13. He says, it is conquest by the Dharma that the beloved of the gods considers as the best conquest. And this one, the conquest by the Dharma, was won here on the borders, even as far to the extent 600 leagues from here. Panta or Kandara, what is that? That's in Afghanistan. Okay, so that's far. That's the eastern border, I'm guessing, where the king Antiochus reigns. So that's the Seleucid king, and it's true at that time he was in control of that part of Greece. It's called the Greco-Bactrian kingdom, and the Seleucids eventually gave up on ruling that region, and they end up ruling themselves for a couple hundred years, and they fall away, and they actually get conquered by what's the name of the people? It's like a Turkic Mongolian tribe. I forgot the name of them right now. But anyways, this is where Antiochus reigns, and beyond where there reign four kings: Ptolemy, Antigonus, Magus, Alexander. Likewise, in the south, where live in Colis, Pandit. So this is some people have made a map of like what this conquered by Dharma map would be. It'd be this. It's literally like Alexander's empire plus India plus Myanmar.
Wow, yeah.
And Sri Lanka. Like, that's how far it goes. And that was like his vision of this Dharma empire. But let's see. What was I gonna? So yeah, that's what he claims actually. But people are probably wondering which Alexander is this. It's actually the Epirian, the king of Epirus, which was the descendant of Pyrrhus, the one who conquered Italy and then ended up like, it's called the Pyrrhic. See, like Pyrrhus of Epirus. This is his son, I think. Yeah, it's his son. So the son of Pyrrhus who conquered Italy is mentioned on here, and then you have Antigonus, and people are probably like, "Who's that?" Antigonus is the guy who, his father or his grandfather, I think, is the one who fought next to Alexander the Great. So his father Demetrius, the city Demetrius Poliorcetes, the city barger, whatever that name is, and then his father is Antigonus the One-Eyed, who is this famous general who fought under Philip and Alexander in all those wars. So you can see like the people mentioned on this edict are like super well-known, famous. Obviously, Ptolemy. Everyone knows who Ptolemy is. And then
Ptolemy, he was a big physiognomy guy, right? He, that's one of the places I know him from is like face reading.
What do you mean physiognomy?
So physiognomy is like, I guess like it's like you've got the four temperaments or the four humors, and you could have like various face shapes that go along with those. The phlegmatic might be a little bit fatter. The sanguine might be a little bit more muscular. The choleric more bony. The melancholic kind of more recessed. And you also have like sort of like a system, not like the Chinese system where it's based on like determining like good fortune and bad fortune, but like a personality or like psychoanalytic system to a certain degree of like what can we say about a person based on their various features, like I guess like their nose, their ears, their eyes, their various proportions, like the facial analysis.
Yeah. So wait, what are you saying about Ptolemy again?
So Ptolemy like wrote like I think like I can't remember what it was called, but it's like his physiognomy text was like.
Oh, you're talking about the writer Ptolemy. That's the philosopher.
Oh, different Ptolemy.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Ptolemy.
Oh, okay.
This is the King Ptolemy. No, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Ptolemy the writer. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. But this is the King Ptolemy. He's one from the line of Ptolemies that go from Ptolemy the Savior all the way down to literally the time of Cleopatra. Cleopatra's brother was also Ptolemy.
Worlds collide.
Yeah, because like the Ptolemaic dynasty survived all the way to Caesar, from Alexander to Caesar. Like they are the one. If there's anything in the world that literally connects Alexander to Caesar directly, it's the Ptolemaic line. So the first Ptolemy is Alexander's general, and he becomes the first. His name right here, Ptolemy Savior, Ptolemy Soter. I mean Savior. He's the first. He's the Macedonian Greek companion of Alexander the Great, and that's in 330 BC, 320 BC, and his line keeps the kingdom of Egypt for 300 years, all the way to 30 BC, and the last Ptolemy is literally the son of Caesar. So Caesar has a child with Cleopatra, and his name is Ptolemy the 15th Caesar, and that's it. That's the end of this. That's the end of the Ptolemaic line. So you can trace back Alexander, his best friend Ptolemy, all the way down to the son of Julius Caesar. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is. Holy moly. That's crazy how that exchange occurs. Like it's like these can all be connected and whatnot.
Oh, you ready for this? Since no one's on the bottom challenging me, I guess I can keep going. I'll get to your super chat in a second, Tracy Femstar. Thank you. Watch. There's another one. I made this video. I made this video about what's his name? Elagabalus. And I traced his genealogy all the way back. Watch this. This is going to blow your mind. So the Seleucid dynasty is even weirder. They have an even weirder genealogy. Let me see if I can find it. All right, I'm going to play this clip right here. I'm going to play it for my video. I'm going to share my screen. All right, hold on a second.
Okay, let's see it.
So this is 200 years after Caesar. So I just gave you that long genealogy that connects Alexander to Caesar. Now I can connect Alexander to the Roman Emperor Elagabalus from 220 AD. It goes even farther. Watch this. Royal families are fucking weird, man. They can trace their lineages all the way back to like the gods, bro. I'm telling you. I'm not kidding. Watch this. Varius Avitus Bassianus, Marcus Aurelius Antonius Augustus goes back to the time of the Roman Republic. Ptolemy V Epiphanes married Cleopatra. Okay, real quick, let me just comment on this. This is a royal marriage where you have the Queen of Syria, who's from the Seleucid dynasty, getting married off to one of the Ptolemies. So this is a big deal. Ptolemy V Epiphanes married Cleopatra Syra, princess of the Seleucid Empire. This royal marriage would bring a bond between the Egyptians and the Syrians that would last through the form of a royal priesthood. Ptolemy V was a descendant of Ptolemy I, who was the companion of Alexander the Great, while Cleopatra, a Syrian, was the daughter of Antiochus the Great, who can trace her lineage back to Seleucus, also another general of Alexander the Great. This was all the way back in 200 BCE, which sets us up. And when Pompey the Great conquers the East, he will allow the priesthoods of the Eastern realms to stay in place. For example, Jerusalem, the temple to Yahweh, as well as this Syrian priesthood of El Gabal. And the reason why I bring this up is to set up the setting for Sohamus of Emesa, a member of the royal family, second-born son and child to the priest king Sampsicaramus II, who ruled the Emesene kingdom from 14 until 42. He had an older brother named Gaius Julius Adzitzos, who was the first husband of the Herodian princess Drusilla, and had two sisters. Sohamus was born and raised in Emesa. His paternal grandfather was the former Emesene priest king Iamblichus II, who was installed by none other than Augustus. Sohamus married Drusilla, who was none other than the granddaughter of Mark Antony and Cleopatra. And they had a son named Gaius Julius Alexion. Sohamus, during his reign, was crucial for the Roman Empire, because when Titus and Vespasian came to conquer Israel, he was a key ally and aligned himself with the Romans against the Jews. This would allow the priesthood of El Gabal to survive for another century. Which brings us to Julius Bassianus. Julius Bassianus was the high priest of Elgabalus at the Temple of the Sun in Emesa, Syria, where the solar deity was worshipped in the shape of a black stone, which was said to have fallen from heaven. The name Elgabalus derives from Allah, a Semitic word for God, and Gabal, Arab word for mountain, god of the mountain. Bassianus was a member of the royal family, which I just had described, tracing its roots back to the royal families of Ptolemy, Seleucus, Mark Antony, Cleopatra, and the Romans knew that this was a real royal priesthood that existed in the Eastern Roman Empire. Now, Bassianus had a daughter named Julia Domna, who married the Roman Emperor Septimus Severus. Julia Domna was so famous and so revered by the Romans, she was deified as Augusta Soteria. In Athens, we have a Greek inscription from 211 of the Common Era. The inscription records a decree of honors granted to her by the Athenians. She is given the title Savior, implying that the decree was in gratitude for some protection accorded to Athens. The surviving sections of the text are concerned particularly with honors that identify Julia Domna with the ancient protective goddess of Athens, Athena Polias. So her full title becomes the Savior of Athens, Julia Sebaste, translated in Latin as Augusta. Here is the translation that we get from Mary Beard. Of her inherent philanthropy, cooperating for all, the Savior of Athens, Julia Sebaste, I propose that in all other respects, it should be done as my colleague in office, Elpidophoros, son of Hades from Palin, during my absence proposed, all the annual archontes are to sacrifice to good fortune on the most holy birthday of Julia Sebaste, fied woman, Julia Domna. Now, why did I tell you all this? You're looking at the title and saying, what does this have to do with Elagabalus? And when Severus died in 211, Domna became the mediator between their two sons, Caracalla and Geta, who inherited the throne. And she was the actual empress, the most powerful woman, the most powerful person, actually, in the entire Roman Empire. More powerful than Caracalla and Geta. And they were supposed to rule as joint emperors at her command. I was muted. My bad. I just realized I was. Thanks for telling me, chat. So, long story short, the point of that was Elagabalus, who is like one of the wildest Roman emperors ever, was like literally had the most royal bloodline you can think of. Like, you couldn't even make that up. How insanely connected he was through his bloodline goes all the way through through Mark Antony, the Julio Claudian line, Alexander's generals, you name it, like everyone, all Syrian, Greek, Roman, Latin, whatever, they all of it. Phoenician, he even had Phoenician ancestry. Everything. He was just like completely connected in every way you can think of, and that's basically why he becomes the emperor. He's just through popularity, I guess. And he was the worst emperor ever, by the way. The worst. Absolute dog shit at controlling the empire. He lasted 2 years and got killed. So.
Dang. Whoa.
He tried to become
I appreciate you.
He was an actual
really?
transgender. Yeah. He made an edict saying, if any doctors in the empire can make me into a woman, I'll make them the richest person in the empire. And I don't know how successful that was. You never heard of Elagabalus?
Wow. I've never heard of him.
I know about Elagabalus. Here, I'll just show you this is not like me making this up. This is total, like you can see this it's probably on the Wikipedia page, I'm guessing. Family and priesthood, that's all in there. Rise to power. Religious controversy. Oh yeah, he does all these religious reforms, and he like tried to bring in the Christian tradition, and like no one wanted it back then. Too early, I guess. And then here it is right here. Elagabalus' sexual orientation is disputed, owing a salacious and unreliable sources. Cassius Dio states that Elagabalus was married to women 5 times. His first wife, who he married, he divorced, took the Vestal Virgin. Where is it? Some writers have suggested Elagabalus may have identified as a female or transgender and may have thought, look at, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sources for that. Dio states that Elagabalus came to be called Woman Lady Empress after marrying Heracles. The emperor reportedly wore makeup and wigs, preferred to be called a lady, not a lord, and supposedly offered vast sums to any physician who could provide him with, see what it is? That's in Cassius Dio. That's literally written in Cassius Dio.
I couldn't imagine those an ancient surgery to do that. Like if they ever tried that, I figure in ancient times that would have been disastrous. It would have been a butchery.
Yeah, that would have been bad. But look, a lot of historians, including Mary Beard and others, think that this is like not true for some reason. I don't know why they. I don't think they have the. I don't think I don't think the data's on their side on this, because I just don't think you can make that up about somebody. It's just like weird that Cassius Dio, and they made this up because they didn't like him or something. It's like maybe that's true. Maybe there's some maybe the way they're talking about him as a person is like fabricated a little bit, or maybe pushed beyond the truth. But I think there's, at the core of this story, I think there's some truth here. I think there was something like this going on. So
I can see it. Yeah. Judging by his facial structure too, he seems to have kind of a melancholic look. And I've noticed people with that look do tend to kind of push the boundaries. It's more of a creative temperament. And I know I'm getting into kind of what a lot of people would call pseudoscience, but it's nonetheless interesting. Is you see that you see more artistic, creative people have that kind of softer, more narrow look. And it is kind of fitting. It's his look kind of fits to that kind of person.
Yeah, this is a painting of his entry into Rome for the first time after being made emperor, because he never lived in Rome. He grew up in Phoenicia, in Lebanon. And this is a black stone that fell from the sky. It's literally a meteorite. And he brought it around, and the people worshipped it. It was Allah, literally. The God is called God. And that it became Sol Invictus. This became the cult of Sol Invictus eventually. So after he dies, after he dies, there's a whole bunch of emperors that kill each other. I think Macrinus was the next emperor who kills him. Let me see if that's right. I'm just thinking on the top of my head. Macrinus. No, that's before him. So, that's right. Okay. His cousin or brother, Alexander, takes over. He kills him because he was losing his mind. He was going to kill Alexander, and Alexander got away, and then Alexander ended up killing him. So there's this huge mess. And then it's Thrax. That's what I'm thinking of. Maximus Thrax. Total military dude from Thrace. And this is the end of Rome, by the way. This is called the 3rd century crisis. So I just want people to realize, before Elagabalus, you have the Severan dynasty, and before the Severan dynasty, look, if you keep going back, Septimus Severus, the first Severan dynasty guy, right? And before him, you have Didius Julianus, Pertinax, Commodus, and then you're in the Pax Romana, right? So you're in the golden age of Rome. And not long after that, Pertinax, Didius Julianus, Septimus Severus, that's the year of the 5 emperors, by the way. And then you end up getting the Severan dynasty. Things start to calm down. They get control again. And then you start to get, hold on a second. You start to get Elagabalus. After Elagabalus' brother, Thrax, total military moron, doesn't know how to run an empire, just a military guy, completely, it's already over with. The Roman Empire is gone by this time. And so you get this guy, Pupienus. That's literally his name, Pupienus. And he's literally a Pupienus at running an empire too. He sucks. I don't think he even lasted a couple years. Let's see. Well, how long was his reign for? Oh, a few months. and then you get Gordian, who's lasts for a couple years, and then you get Philip the Arab. And then, I'm not kidding, that's the end of by the time Rome comes back to its senses, let's see, Decius, Christianity gets shitted on during this time period. Then you have Gallus, only lasts 2 years. Emilianus only lasts a few months. Valerian lasts for quite a long time. He kind of brings the empire back into its it's still crisis though. And then you have Gallienus, and then you have Gothicus. Horrible time period. He's only here for 70 days. And then Aurelian. This is when the Roman Empire gets back together again. This is the end of it's called the crisis of the 3rd century. And I want people to realize something. Rome never recovered from it. I just realized I wasn't even sharing my screen. Shit. Was I sharing my screen there? I wasn't I?
No, it wasn't showing.
Damn it. Anyways, Aurelian. So Aurelian, this is so he actually, what happens is when Aurelian comes into power, Elagabalus's reforms are still enacted. So we're talking 50 years later. 50 years have gone by, and there's been no religious reforms at all. Elagabalus was the last Roman emperor to do anything related to religion. So where Aurelian comes in, and he dedicates the temple of Elagabalus to Sol Invictus. He reforms the Sol cult, and you get Sol Invictus. And this is the last religion you're going to see before Christianity. That's it. This is the last Roman imperial cult that exists before Christianity. So, what do you think about that? Oh, I forgot to answer the super chat, by the way. Was Buddhism in Egypt?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it was. We have evidence of Buddhist temples, I think. Buddhist statues in Egypt. Let me see if I can find it. So here we go. This is the Berenike Buddha. And this is a statue which was discovered in January 2018, an archaeological excavation in ancient harbor of Berenike, Egypt. The statue was discovered in the forecourt of an early Roman period temple dedicated to the goddess Isis. The statue dates around the 2nd century CE, is the earliest statue of the Buddha to ever be found west of Afghanistan. Wow. This statue attests to the Indo-Roman relations. Well, we were just talking about this. By the way, another thing about the Indo-Roman relations, if you read Nicholas of Damascus, in fact, this is so cool that I should pull this up. I should just pull this right up. But yeah, to answer your question, I just answered that question. There definitely was Buddhism in Christianity or in Egypt, and I think it was before Christianity too. I think that just because the oldest evidence is 1st century AD or 2nd century AD doesn't mean that's the oldest. It's just when we found there could have been stuff way before that. Anyways, let me see. Watch this. Nicholas of Damascus. Where is it? Wait, where's Nicholas? I thought Nicholas of Damascus is in Loeb. No? Let me see. He's not in Loeb? Diogenes of Babylonia. No. I thought Nicholas was in here. I guess not. Okay, I found another source right here. So let me see. There's a source from Nicholas of Damascus where this is from 19 BC. So we're talking way before that statue exists. And there was an Indian. It says ambassadors. This is from Nicholas of Damascus. I don't know why it doesn't tell us that in this freaking thing. But the source is at Nicholas of Damascus, who's writing in this time period. He's a contemporary of Alexander the Great, or Augustus. And he tells us that there was ambassadors from the kingdom of Pandya in southern India with a diplomatic letter in Greek to Augustus. And they send him like all these. Here, if I could read the full article. Here we go. Oh, Cassius Dio is one of the sources too, actually. And here he is, Nicholas of Damascus, right there. Boom. Oh, it's in Strabo. If it's in Strabo, I could find it. If it's in Strabo, I'll find it right now. Hold on a second. Strabo. This is worth reading.
I'm sorry if you said something and I didn't respond. My connection totally cut out for a bit.
Oh, no, you're fine, man. You're fine. Okay, I found it. I found the actual primary source right here from Strabo. So hold on one second. You ready for this crazy story? You still there?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
Yep.
this is what happened. So the Indians send. Let me see if I can find it. So Strabo is talking about India, and he said, and then he starts citing Nicholas of Damascus. He says it right here. But one might add an account here, given that Nicholas of Damascus, Nicholas of Damascus literally lived at the time of Augustus. And this guy who wrote this lives right after him anyway, so it's not that much late. Anyways, he says that at Antioch, near Daphne, he chanced to meet Indian ambassadors who been dispatched to Caesar Augustus, that the letter plainly indicated more than 3 ambassadors, but that only 3 had survived. So 3 magi, three messengers from the east, 3 wise men from the east, come to meet Caesar Augustus, the Son of God, whom he saw. But the rest, mostly by reason of long journeys, had died, and the letter was written in Greek on a skin, and that it plainly showed that Porus, by the way, we found out there is no king named Porus, so we don't know who this is, was the writer, and that although he was a ruler of 600 kings, still he was anxious to be a friend of Caesar and was ready not only to allow him a passage through his country, wherever he wished to go, but also to cooperate with him in anything that was honorable. Nicholas of Damascus says that this was the content of the letter to Caesar, and that the gifts carried to Caesar were presented by 8 naked servants who were clad in loincloths besprinkled with sweet-smelling odors, and that the gifts consisted of Hermes, a statue of Hermes, a man who was born without arms, who I myself have seen, and large vipers, a serpent 10 cubits in length, so this is like an anaconda, and a river tortoise 3 cubits in length, and a partridge in a pear tree. That's kind of funny. It ends with partridge. Larger than a vulture. Literally larger than a vulture. And they were accompanied also by him, by the man who burned himself up at Athens. This is the guy. This is the guy we're about to talk about. And that whereas he committed suicide, I shouldn't have said that word, shit. When they suffer adversity, fuck. I'm going to get demonetized. All right, whatever. All this, what a waste. No, it's okay. You guys gave me a lot of super chats, so we're good. Seeking release from the ills at hand, others do so when their lot is happy, as the case with that man, for he adds, although that man had fared as he wished up to that time, he thought it necessary to depart this life. So this guy, so I'm just giving you a recap. These servants from India are sent by the king of India to meet Alexander the Great, and they bring all these gifts with him, like snakes and vultures and Hermes statues. And this one guy who gets initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, it doesn't say it in this version, but if you read the Nicholas of Damascus version, it literally says, after being initiated into the mysteries of Eleusis, he does this. So whatever happened, something happened in the initiation of the Eleusinian mysteries that was so mind-blowing, because I don't know if you know this. What's your name again? Oh, he's gone. He bounced out. I wasn't even looking. I don't know if you guys know this, or you guys are watching this. The Eleusinian mysteries was so crazy, or was the Eleusinian mysteries involved a psychedelic potion called Kukeon. Let me just show you that real quick. I'll come back to this in a second. So this is called Kukeon. And I'm just going to click out of this and come back to stop screen. This is the Kukeon. Ancient Greek made of water, barley, and naturally occurring substances. It's believed that Kaikon refers to a psychoactive brew and the Eleusinian mysteries. So this guy gets initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries. He saw something that changed his life forever and wanted to end his life. As was the case with that man, he adds, although the man had fared as he wished up to that time, he thought it necessary to depart from this life, lest something untoward might happen to him if he tarried there. And that therefore he leaped upon the pyre with a laugh, his naked body anointed with only a loincloth. Let's see, I'm looking at the Greek real quick. Kai dekai, gleontai, elestai, gumnon, parlemenon. Huh. Following words were inscribed on his tomb. Here lies Zarmanokigas, an Indian from Bargosa, who immortalized himself in accordance with the ancestral customs of the Indians. Anyways, I just wanted to show that story about these Indian, and this is related to Indian connections with Rome at the time period. They're definitely connected at this time period. Buddhist statues are found in the West, I should say. So this is the Berenike Buddha. It's found over here, as you can see, in Egypt. The excavations of Berenike also yielded artifacts related to ancient India. An inscription in Sanskrit dated to the Roman Emperor Philip the Arab. So there's that 3rd century period. So, yeah, Buddhism is definitely there. Anyways, let's see. We got any more super chats? Yes, we do. Moningosa. Oh, there you are. Thank you for the 5. Thanks for having me on. Fantastic live stream. Got booted by bad connection. I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. I enjoyed having you on as well. Thank you for the super chat. I figured that something like that happened. There was someone who was popping in and out of the bottom, and I never got a chance to let them come on. There wasn't any challengers tonight, man. I thought there was gonna be some challengers. You know, does that anyone want to come on at all? Anybody? You got something you disagree with me on? Anything? Archaeology? Yeah, any Khazar theory people want to come on here? Come on. Let's hear your Khazar theory. Anything. I won't bite. I'm not gonna be mean, I promise. I might be a little bit of an asshole, but I won't hurt you. Promise you that. I can't do anything from through the computer screen. Khazars are Scythians. I don't know about that. Are they? They might be related to them. They might be somewhat related. There might be some relation. I mean, genetics is a complicated thing. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but the ancient Israelites do have some Yamnaya DNA. There's a small percentage of R1A, R1B in the ancient Israelite remains. And the reason is because they have Hittite marriage. There was Hittites that married into the Israelite line. And they talk about this in the Old Testament. Ezekiel even says, I'll show you right now. Ezekiel, let me see. Ezekiel. Which one it says? Ezekiel verse, hold on a second. Ezekiel verse about David Hittite. And it's not just in Ezekiel, it's other places too. Ezekiel 16. Let me see if I can pull this up. Ezekiel 16. It says, the Lord came to me, son of man, confront Jerusalem. This is what the sovereign Lord, your ancestry and birth were in the land of the Canaanites. Your father was an Amorite, your mother a Hittite. And for forever, people didn't know if this was true, if this was just a bunch of bullshit. There's some sort of reason why they would add this in there. It turns out that when you test remains of ancient Israelites and burials and stuff like that, they do have like a small 5-7% amount of R1B DNA, R1A or R1B. I forgot which one it is. They have a small amount, and it's through their Hittites. It's through royal Hittite marriages. If you guys didn't know this, if you guys look at the Neo-Hittite Empire, let me show you this real quick. The Neo-Hittite states. This shouldn't surprise you, by the way, that Judeans, that Israelites have Yamnaya R1A-B DNA, because the Neo-Hittites or the Syrio-Hittites, they literally survive all the way up until about 800 BC, and look where their borders are. They're right there, dude. So of course you're going to have mixing of going on of Hittite who are Indo-European genetically and linguistically people. So that's why you have that's why you notice, I mean, I don't know if you guys noticed this, Israelites or Jews are not as dark as most Middle Easterners. They are a tinge above on the scale, if you will, of complexion, and that's not just because of modern Ashkenazi. You can see the same thing with Sephardic Jews. You can see the same. They're not like they have a small amount of R1A, R1B DNA. So Amalek, get timed out then, bitch. What's going on? So what's the disagreements about? How come you can't come on here and do it? Why does it got to be on the comments? It's no fun. I mean, you guys are all having fun without me, dude. I want to have some fun. Who's it? Who is it? Who is it? Aquarian, come on in. Aquarian, let's hear you. Let's hear it. Aquarian, you got the link, bro. I know you got a camera too. I know you have a channel. What are you waiting for? Says right here, archaeological genetic studies, such as those of Ascalon and Megiddo, Tel Megiddo, show that European-related admixture did enter the region during the transition known as the Late Bronze Age collapse. The study on the burials of Ascalon confirmed a spike in Southern European ancestry around 1200 BCE. And that's before that. And then it says right here, the Hittite R1B V1636 and other subclades have been found in Bronze Age Anatolia and the Levant. The Hittite admixture in the Israelites would have been a primary vector for bringing R1B markers into the Judean highlands, specifically through the Jebusite Hittite lineages. There's a famous genetic anomaly regarding the modern Ashkenazis where a high percentage, 15 to 25, belong to a specific subclade of R1A. Some suggest it's a medieval founder effect, European male. Others suggest it may represent an ancient group, Northern Syrian Mitanni element that integrated. Yeah, that's the one. That's what I'm saying. So even if there's even if you get an uptick in Ashkenazi mixtures, whatever you want to call it, that was already there. They already have a little bit present in ancient studies. So I see you guys are all fighting over this Ashkenazi, what is it called? The Khazar stuff. I want people to come on here and have these debates. Why do you have them in the comments, dude? What? There's no fun in that. Amalek's got his wrench. Neil, bring up that guy I brought up in the DMs to you to check him out, Gemistus Plethon. What about him? I can't just summon people. They got to join. So give it a couple more minutes to see if anyone wants to join, but I'm probably gonna close up pretty soon. It's 2:00 here, so. Trying to think. What can I do while I'm waiting? We could. I don't know. I guess we'll end it here, I guess. It sucks. It sucks. I was having fun, man. That'll do it for now, I guess. No, I know who Plethon is. I talk about Plethon all the time, dude. I know who Plethon is. Are you kidding me? Talk about Plethon all the time on my channel. I thought you meant who's the guy that you want to talk to. I can't believe I can't believe you didn't know. I can't believe you thought that I didn't know who Plethon was. That's crazy. Hey, Sierra, thank you for the super chat. Or thank you for the comment. Yeah. They're adding him to the game. Yeah, dude, I was talking to you and I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Some guy who tried to revive Helms. I go, Plethon? You go, oh, I don't know if that's his name. I'll let you know when I find out. I literally said Plethon. And the other guy I said was Michael Sellos, because Michael Sellos was the guy, because I thought you said 13th century. Because Plethon is the 16th century, or 15th century. I thought you said 13th century. And then I thought about it. I was like, well, Michael Sellos is like 12th century anyway, so that wouldn't, 11th century or something. So that wouldn't work either. But Michael Sellos was the first, he's like one of the first to really get the ball rolling of, he starts translating Plato and stuff like that. When they almost lost Plato. So he's famous for his work, commentary on Plato's teachings, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, that's the first wave of goodies. And then Plethon comes along, 1400s. First, he tries to fix the schism of the West-East, and he fails. And then he gives up on Christianity. He's like, this is a joke. I'm just going to be a fucking pagan from now on. And then he starts reading about Zoroaster and fucking Greek gods, and he starts writing all this Greek stuff. And then he literally goes and meets up with the what's his name? The family, what's the Italian family? What's their name? Medici. He literally goes and meets up with the Medici family, and he tells them the Christians are going to burn my books. I want you to put them in your bank and lock them up. And he does this. And then when he dies, his successors all start the Florentine Academy. It's literally the Renaissance peak is because of this guy. The Council of Florence. Plethon and the Renaissance. Here it is. Marcini's introduction to the translation of Plotinus has traditionally been interpreted to the effect that Cosimo Medici attended Plethon's lectures and was inspired to found the Academy of Plato in Florence, where Italian students of Plethon continued to teach after the conclusion of the council. Nevertheless, Plethon came to be considered the most important influence on the Italian Renaissance. Marsilio Ficini, the Florentine humanist and the first director of the Academy, paid Plethon ultimate honor, calling him the second Plato, while Cardinal Bessarion speculated as to whether Plato's soul occupied his body. They thought he was the second coming of Plato, literally. Plethon may also have been the source for Ficini's Orphic system of natural magic. Crazy. Crazy. I love it, though. This guy saved the world. He saved the world. He literally single-handedly saved the world. Brought us out of the Dark Ages. Maybe I'll do a video on him pretty soon. Like a total video on him. But yeah. That's it for tonight. I think we're going to end it here. I'm pretty hungry anyway. So. And I see like 200 people just dropped off in the last like 40 minutes. So people are probably bored anyway. All right. That's it for the night. And hopefully next time we get some more challengers. I want to do some hot debates here. So anyways, you just attained true Gnosis.
You have just attained true Gnosis. The Demiurge has no power over